وبركاته. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، حضورنا الكريم وكل من يشاهدنا عبر الشاشات، صباح الخير. أرحب بكم في اليوم الثاني من منتدى صندوق الاستثمارات العامة والقطاع الخاص. نستكمل فيه فيض التمكين والتعاون والشراكة الذي بدأ بالأمس، تعزيز التعاون والشراكة مع القطاع الخاص كونه الشريك الأهم والرئيس والدائم لصندوق الاستثمارات العامة لدفع عجلة التنمية وأيضاً التحول الاقتصادي في المملكة لتحقيق رؤية 2030 نحو اقتصاد حيوي. لنواصل معكم وبحضوركم جلساتنا الحوارية لمنتدى صندوق الاستثمارات العامة والقطاع الخاص. الجلسة الأولى بعنوان دور القطاع الخاص في تطوير القطاعات الناشئة. يسعدني أن أرحب ب مستر جيري تود، رئيس إدارة التنمية الوطنية في صندوق الاستثمارات العامة، والرئيس التنفيذي للشركة السعودية للصناعات العسكرية المهندس وليد أبو خالد، والرئيس التنفيذي للشركة السعودية لإعادة التدوير سيرك المهندس زياد الشيحة، والمدير العام للعمليات العالمية والمدير الإداري لشركة لوسيد في الشرق الأوسط الأستاذ فيصل سلطان، وتدير الجلسة الزميلة نادين هاني من العربية. أرحب بكم جميعاً. Welcome all. وإليك الكلمة الزميلة نادين.
شكراً جزيلاً للزميلة وئام على هذه المقدمة الكريمة، وأهلاً وسهلاً بكم إلى منتدى صندوق الاستثمارات العامة للقطاع الخاص. يسرني ويشرفني أن أكون موجودة معكم هنا في الرياض لإدارة هذه الجلسة التي ستناقش دور القطاع الخاص في تطوير القطاعات الناشئة. اسمحوا لي، بما أنه عدد من المتحدثين لا يتقنون العربية، هذه الجلسة ستكون باللغة الإنجليزية، ولكن هناك ترجمة فورية لمن يرغب، موجودة المعدات على الكراسي. So, good morning everyone. Welcome and thank you for joining us for the PIF Private Sector Forum, an opportunity for the PIF to connect its portfolio company leaders with the local private sector to explore opportunities as suppliers, investors, and operators. It is such a pleasure to be here with you in Riyadh today to moderate this session, which will discuss the role of the private sector in developing emerging sectors. The PIF plays a pivotal role in realizing Vision 2030. It is the engine driving the transformation of Saudi Arabia's economy by leading local economic development and localizing cutting-edge technology and knowledge. It is driving strategic and sustainable diversification in line with Vision 2030 objectives and is supporting key sectors and unlocking growth potential in the private sector. Last October, the PIF launched its Local Content Growth Program, which aims to leverage the fund's spending to catalyze the development of competitive and innovative sectors and industries in Saudi Arabia. The goal of the program is ultimately enabling and supporting the country's private sector in line with the Vision 2030. We are therefore gathered in this session to discuss the role of the private sector in developing those emerging sectors and what's next for maximizing engagement between the PIF companies and the private sector. What we aim for is to get a clear description of the role that the private sector will play in the PIF portfolio companies' strategy and business plans, and the requirements from the private sector companies to be able to partner with the PIF portfolio companies and get a clear understanding of the process that they have to go through to achieve that partnership. So to discuss this theme, please join me in welcoming Mr. Jerry Todd, Managing Director of National Development Division of PIF, Mr. Walid Abu Khalid, who is here next to me, the CEO of SAMI, Saudi Arabian Military Industries. Next to him, Mr. Ziad Shiha, CEO of SIRK, Saudi Investment Recycling Company, and Mr. Faisal Sultan, Global VP and Managing Director of Middle East at Lucid. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us. Mr. Todd, let me start with you. We are talking today about engaging the private sector. Can you describe to us what are the PIF's objectives in engaging with the private sector, and how are you achieving those objectives?
Thank you, Nadine. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. honored to be on the panel with these business leaders who are doing so much to shape the national economy. The PIF's goal is to be a catalyst. So engagement is really at the heart of everything we're trying to do. And we approach that in two ways. One is you could call programmatically. So we work across the portfolio, top down, setting direction, putting strategies in place, cascading targets down to the level of the companies in terms of the amount of local content that they'll be procuring, but also the amount of non-governmental capital that they bring into their business plans, and really making sure that they are playing that catalytic role in the sectors in which they operate. So that's kind of at the program level, and then we have a lot of engagement directly with individual portfolio companies and indeed with members of the private sector. Each sector has its own dynamics, each company has its own needs, and so we provide customized solutions to increase that, or to foster and increase that level of engagement.
When we talk about emerging sectors, can you explain to us what do you mean by that? Are those the priority sectors, and what are they?
So the PIF in its 2021 to 2025 plan that was published about a year and a half ago outlined 13 priority sectors. The role of the PIF is to put in place the things that are not there today. So we're not there to build something that already exists. We're there to create and catalyze sectors that are not yet at maturity. And so you can think of these 13 sectors as being in 5 types. And this is just a way to simplify the thinking. So there are sectors for which there's significant demand today in the kingdom and for which there's already supply. And our objective in those sectors is to make sure there's enough capacity to meet the growing requirements of the economy, but also to do our part to try to increase efficiency and quality so that that sector meets the needs of their suppliers, their customers going forward, in line with Vision 2030. So that's the first bucket, if you will. The second bucket are sectors where there's significant demand today, but for which we have not historically had supply. And in fact, the gentlemen on the panel with me today represent 3 of those sectors. And so these are sectors where, as PIF, what we look to do is create an anchor player, usually at the end of the value chain. We have a few examples here today, the OEMs at the end of the value chain, that can then serve as the anchor demand to catalyze the entire supply chain over time. Our goal is not the OEM, that's one component. The goal is actually to build those supply chains within the kingdom so that the kingdom's reals bounce around the local economy. They don't go directly offshore after the first initial purchase is made. The third bucket of sectors, is, if you will, are sectors in which demand is not huge today, but we think it could be strategic and important to the kingdom over time. And in those, we try to create a portfolio of options. We don't necessarily know what the winning technology, what the winning business model might be today, but we want to start to create exposure to learn and to have some option value around leverage so that we can bring in the right players to partner with domestic players over time so that we have a spot in these emerging sectors. The fourth bucket are what I call balance of culture sectors. So these are sectors where historically part of the needs of Saudi citizens were served from offshore providers, right? So we would fly somewhere else for high-end retail, entertainment, cinema, very high-end healthcare, very high-end education. And so the goal is to kind of flip that script.
Well, with that at 15%, I'm not sure you're going to be able to do that, but...
Nadine, we're all one team here. And so the goal really is that we provide these services within the economy at a level that is sufficient to serve the needs of Saudi citizens and residents, but also become sufficiently attractive that we actually start to bring people from outside in. You know, the major investments we're making in tourism infrastructure and tourism offerings are an example of that. And then the fifth bucket, if you will, are the underlying sectors that enable all of these: financial services, residential housing, basic health care, utilities, etc. And so our objective as PIF is that these go from, in some cases, sometimes being headwinds that the local business community had to really push through to get what they need, to being tailwinds. So they actually uplift and enable the entire ecosystem.
Let's get examples of what you're doing. Mr. Abu Khalid, we all know that SAMI is in the military and defense sector. This had been a sector traditionally spearheaded by the government. Can you tell us, first of all, what are you doing today at SAMI? Where have you reached in terms of your objectives before we talk about private sector engagement?
Sure. Well, assalamu alaikum jami'an. First, I honestly want to thank PIF for this extremely important initiatives to engage the supply chain, the local suppliers. I think local suppliers are the engine of the economy, and they will ensure that we can achieve Vision 2030. So let me, if I'm okay, spend a couple of minutes just giving you the history of SAMI, or giving you where we are now, what SAMI is all about. When His Royal Highness, God bless him, Crown Prince, announced the launch of Vision 2030, one of the things he addressed is defense industry. And Saudi Arabia then in 2015 had the third largest defense budget in the world, yet, and that's his statement, only 2% of this is localized. And he said that's totally not going to be acceptable anymore. As such, we're going to establish, the government will establish a company called Saudi Arabia Military Industry, SAMI, that their key mandate is to localize 50% of the defense spend by 2030. In 2017, PIF announced the establishment and the launch of SAMI. In January 2018, SAMI appointed the very first CEO of the company. In 5 years, we managed to establish 12 joint ventures with the largest defense companies in the world. We acquired 2 companies. We recruited some of the best experienced international talents to help us set up the capability within SAMI and within the kingdom. And really, we recruited some of the best talents to gain experience from the international experience. We have 5 key sectors: aerospace, anything that flies; land system, anything like 4x4, 6x6, 8x6 vehicles; sea divisions, anything on the sea or below the sea; and of course, 2 divisions that cuts across advanced electronics and defense systems. I'm pleased to announce, within only 4 years after starting our operation, SAMI became one of the top 100 defense company in the world. One of the top 100 defense company in the world. Actually, we were number 98. But I can assure you that's not our ambition. The key goal and vision within SAMI is to be the top 25 defense company in the world by 2030. And the reason I mentioned 98 is number 100 is a Brazilian company called Embraer. They were established in 1969. It took us only 4 years.
This is a very well-known company globally.
Absolutely, it's known globally, but they only made it really recently to the top 100 defense company. I can tell you that to be top 25 defense company is extremely challenging, but it will be impossible to achieve without having a strong local supply chain that SAMI can depend on and really deliver.
So what are your objectives in terms of engagement of the private sector, and where are the opportunities, in which parts of the value chain?
Sure, there are tremendous opportunities within the private sectors. We at SAMI would like to be the prime and the system integrator of system, but we have to depend on the local supply chains. I always give examples. One of the contracts we won was 5 ships it's with our partners, Navantia. They're delivering the 5 ships. And I asked their CEO, how many companies in Spain is involved in building a ship? Which was one of the contracts. And his answer was 2,000 suppliers. The same applies for an F-15 that Boeing's manufacture, and F-35. F-35 have about 2,000 suppliers as well. So really, the prime contractors and the system integrators just look at the top level, and there have to be total dependencies on capabilities in the local supply chains.
When we talk about, just to finish with this round of questions, when we talk about objectives, do you have measurable objectives that you want to reach? You mentioned that the Crown Prince set an objective for Vision 2030, but where you are concerned, where are you at today, and what is your objective in terms of local content?
Sure. Anna, my ultimate goal is to have generally almost 100% to be localized. what we've noticed is in the defense specifically, if you're dependent on an international suppliers, and unfortunately we'll always have to in cases, but then even if the international supplier want to deliver something to you, it all depends on the politics and the government restrictions of that country.
Especially in this sector.
So it cannot be 100% reliable. So I think to be independent, indigenous, sovereign capability, we genuinely have to depend on local capability and supply chain.
Mr. Sheikha, when I was looking up what is CIRC, it says your company's objective is to develop, own, operate, and finance various activities across all waste types to establish recycling capabilities in the kingdom and build a circular economy for a sustainable future. This is a very ambitious goal, especially the circular economy. I know that you started from scratch, so where are you today? Let us explain what is CIRC doing today at this phase right now.
Thank you, Nadine. I'm very glad and honored to be here, and truly thanks all power to PIF for calling such a wonderful conference to engage. Let me give a perspective from the world and what's happening worldwide, and then I will zoom into what we are doing today. The world today produces over 2 billion tons of waste, unfortunately. Our share of that waste is anywhere between 50 to 100 tons annually, on an annual basis. Then the question is, what are we doing with that waste today? Only 5% get recycled, and 95% get dumped to the landfills. What does that mean? It means that bad emission, and as you know, globally we share the same skies, the same air, the same waters, and the same even earth that we all share.
And Saudi has objectives to lower emissions.
Absolutely. And what we are saying, so today we have 95 that goes to the landfill. Our objective is very simple. His Royal Highness Crown Prince set a very ambitious objective for the kingdom, that by 2035, we will reach 94% landfill diversion. So we are trying to achieve that goal by doing things on the ground today through partnership with the local sector. And let me, back to your question, answer the question. Maybe a year or a couple of years ago, if you asked us, who are you, CIRC? We would say we are 30, 35 people managing $5 million worth of assets. Who are we today? We are probably 2,000 people today managing probably 4 billion Saudi Riyal worth of assets on the ground today. And what is a wonderful testimony for this PIF conference, that just yesterday, we signed 3 deals with local prominent business people. They are not large in scale. I'm talking about those business people, but they are very, very important. Each one of them is handling a certain sector. One of them is basically in the waste of electrical and electronic equipment. We signed that deal that will basically take the entire waste of electronic, IT screens, everything that you see related to IT, all the way to recycling airplanes. And I also say that after 20 years or 25 years, all the military equipment that my colleague is building here, or the Lucid battery cars that's being built here, they will need a recycling so that they are not dumped, those lithium batteries or what have you, in the landfill. No, we take them and we pour them back in the economy. Look no further than whatever is in front of us today. Start with whatever you're walking on, the carpet. What's gonna happen after 5 years or 10 years? Look at the flowers, look at the water bottles, look at even the film on this water bottle, look at this aluminum, look at the waste that we generate either here or from our houses or whatever. We have 14 streams of basically waste that we are targeting, and we have plans for every stream so that we take it and we pour it back in the local economy with the help and support of the private sectors, and the clear examples and demonstration what we have done basically yesterday. And the greater news that our feedstock is 100% local. So we don't import garbage. We take everything that is produced locally, and 100%.
But the goal should be to import garbage later on to increase the business.
So actually, we're very proud of that, because we heard yesterday from His Excellency the Minister of Industry that they need those feedstocks. So we are part of that chain to basically take everything around us and make it available back to the industry. And we believe this is a wonderful supply chain with the help and support of our demonstrated projects and JVs on the ground, with the help of the private sector.
You started the recycling operations, right?
Yes, we did. Actually, we formed 8 companies. Thank you for that question. One of them is what we call the construction demolition. Today, we are recycling 7 million of the construction demolition waste. And how music to our ear to see that PIF is launching all of their program, and with the help of PIF, actually not only we recycle, we can provide today green cement that is powered by green fuel. Where is that green fuel coming from? From the municipal solid waste that goes into the fuel into making green cement. We can issue even green certificate, carbon credit. So all of that material becomes green and can feed into our greenified, I would say, development on the ground.
I think what the audience here would like to hear is also how do you aim on engaging the private sector? And also, what kind of engagement is it? Is it that you enter into partnership with them because this is a new sector? Or is it that you give licensing, for example, for such as the examples you gave us that you signed yesterday?
Yeah, I think the licensing is done, let me put it this way. 2-3 years ago, there was no ecosystem. Today, we have the Ministry of Environment that is leading that. We have the Center of Mawan, basically, the National Center for Waste Management. That center basically issuing the licensing. And we have the National Center for Environmental Compliance. They watch and they make sure that whoever is doing recycling, that they are responsible of manifestation, sourcing the waste, and getting rid of that waste in a very environmentally responsible manner. So that ecosystem exists today. That few years back, it wasn't there. So today, it exists there. Now, back to what PIF just mentioned, they're saying we are creating a sector that didn't exist before. Welcome to CIRC, Saudi Investment Recycling Company, because that sector almost didn't exist other than 5% out of 100%. So today, CIRC is created to partner with the private sector through clear examples. Like I mentioned just yesterday, we signed 3 deals actually with the private sector participation, where we come and invite the private sector to come and talk to us, and we come and take part of their facilities, and guess what? We have a vision for every facility to enlarge it by 10, 20, even 100 folds bigger than what it is today. So we take a small sector or a small factory that processes, let's say, 2-3 tons per year, and then we scale it up to go all the way for 7 million ton or what have you in recycled material that we put it back in the circular economy. And that is what we call circular economy at best.
Mr. Sultan, you're also in a sector that did not exist before in Saudi Arabia. Lucid, 61% owned by PIF, and you aim to build an assembly plant in Amar Economic City. Where are you today from achieving that goal? When can we say that this is the first car that was completely assembled in Saudi?
Thank you, Nadine. First of all, I would like to thank you, PIF, for really arranging such a important meeting of the public, private sector and the companies, because we really need the support. And then assalamu alaikum everyone, sabah khair. So Lucid Motors and the goals of Lucid Motors, so when Jerry was talking about emerging sectors that really didn't exist in the country, automotive was definitely one of them. In 2014, I got introduced to the market in Saudi Arabia, and it was to my surprise when I found out that Saudi Arabia was the #1 market by sales without any light vehicle manufacturing. 100% importation, nothing being produced here. So if you look at the trade imbalance that it creates for a country, it's huge. Billions of dollars worth of cars just being imported. All the value add is being done outside the country, and no jobs are created, but the consumer here is filling the pockets of some other economies. So hats off to PIF when they realized that, and then they invested in Lucid Motors at that time, knowing that it will create hundreds of jobs in the country. Since we've become really part of PIF portfolio, we have grown as a company, and our first international plant now is being built outside of US in King Abdullah Economic City to produce 150,000 vehicles. That's a huge plant. Compared to anything around us, it's going to be one of the biggest plants in the region. and we're very proud of it. And then we're on track. So I would like to report that it's September of this year. We move very fast, just like our cars. So September of this year, we're going to have the first assembled electric vehicle out of Saudi Arabia. And it's going to be a proud moment. And then the transition will happen from an assembly to a CBU, where we're going to be manufacturing in 2026 timeframe, when we're going to be having the full-fledged production facility up and running. And what are those steps that are really needed to make that happen? Is really the engagement of the private sector. The value chain is huge. So,
but how was it when you first started? If we look at the supply chain when you first started in Saudi, and today, how will you create that value chain in the kingdom?
So automotive is one of those industries that unlocks many other value chains. That's very unique for automotive. If you look at countries like Japan, Germany, US, France, all of these countries got into their industrial revolution through automotive, because it brings in the plastics, the metals, the glass, everything that you can actually produce. And then the spillover industries like defense and aeronautical and aerospace, they have the volumes. So the same suppliers are actually supplying the defense industry, but they won't come for 10,000 seats, but they will come for 1 million seats. So that's what it is. So supply chain doesn't exist, unfortunately, in KSA. It's very limited. There are some casting suppliers, some injection molding suppliers, but not to a level of an automotive. And I think that's where we're going to work with these groups as an OEM and try to develop that in-house, in the country capability.
Do you have measurable targets when it comes to local content?
Yes, our goal is to by 5th, 6th year into production of CBU, to have 40% localization. And that would require most of the major parts that go into the automotive to be localized. And we're working with PIF, Ministry of Investment, Ministry of Industry, NIDC, to really attract these suppliers. A lot of discussions are happening. So tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and base material. Opportunities are huge. Every car, internal combustion car, has 12,000 parts. An EV has about 4,000 to 5,000 parts, but they need to be supplied. We can't make all of them.
Mr. Todd, it's obvious that all the PIF portfolio companies have that mandate now, especially with the launch of the local content program of PIF. Can you explain to us, when you establish a portfolio company, how do you incorporate that into the strategy of the company?
Thank you, Nadine. So we look at three things up front. The first is what's the agenda in that sector? Is this a sector we're trying to create from scratch? Is this a sector where there are already strong players we want to complement? Is this a sector that runs well enough today to be domestically competitive, but needs to go to the next level to be regionally or internationally competitive? So that's the first question we ask. Because we need to make sure that the company that we establish is playing the role it needs to play in that sector. And the second question we ask is additionality. So if we do this, what is different than if we didn't do it? How does this sector grow? What are the benefits to the sector that would only happen if we get involved? And then the third question we ask is role. So in what role can we engage the private sector? And you mentioned them in your opening remarks. Is there a supplier opportunity? Can they become operators? Can they become investors, provide capital? Is there an opportunity in downstream or upstream supply chains where they can play a role? And so in quite a rigorous way, when we're studying business opportunities, we go through and ask those questions. And then within the PIF investment process, we actually, so the questions get asked and answered through the vehicle, if you excuse the pun, of creating that strategy and business plan. And then that gets assessed and scored at the time we actually make the decision on go, no go.
Let us talk practicality. So you are saying that the opportunities are there. How do private companies know about those opportunities? Do they have to have specific requirements or qualifications to qualify to work with PIF portfolio companies? How does the process work?
So when we say partnership, that is not a legal term of what a relationship looks like between two businesses. That is an intention that we work together to deliver on this national project that we're all involved in, and that we structure those relationships in such a way that they're shared benefit. The PIF is the kingdom's patrimony, the kingdom's capital. We're a steward of that. We need to grow that, but the private sector also needs to economically benefit when they engage. The way to do that, there are many different ways, and it really depends on the sector agenda, the needs of the company, the needs of the private sector, where those opportunities are, et cetera. And so the drivers of much of that are the management teams of these great companies that have been stood up to pursue these opportunities. And what's very interesting, by the way, I was very pleasantly surprised when I engaged with the CEOs and senior management teams of these companies. They had already brought in, kind of as a foundational construct, the idea of engaging with the local community, creating opportunity at the employment level and creating opportunity at the supply chain level. And that's not an altruistic thing, although it does create great benefits. They need these, right? They need local supply chains. They need a talented workforce to deliver on what they're trying to do. Mm-hmm. Now, in terms of information, if I can just talk quickly about suppliers, because that's one of the most immediate opportunities for most people. We are rolling out in Q2 a pre-qualification platform that allows vendors and suppliers to upload their information at one time. That information goes into a database that will be shared with all PIF portfolio companies. This is not only to make life easier for suppliers, but also, frankly, for our portfolio companies as well. The process of connecting with the private sector, if you have 2,000 suppliers as part of your product, that's a lot of engagement that needs to happen. And as the gentleman rightly said, some of those are common suppliers. So we're trying to do what we can to just make that more efficient. As we mentioned yesterday, we'll be conducting boot camps across the kingdom to help Tier 2 and Tier 3 contractors prepare their businesses so they can qualify. And we'll continue to do these things over time. And as my colleagues on the panel have already mentioned a few of them, the work of management teams to develop their own supplier base, in many cases, these capabilities are built in a stair-step way. You start small, you deliver things as a supplier, you meet milestones, you get a slightly bigger responsibility. So these things develop over time. It's not kind of a binary switch.
Let's hear examples. Mr. Abu Khalid, so how does a company qualify to work with you, and how do they actually get to be in touch with you and get that opportunity?
Absolutely, it's an extremely important question. I think from the very early stages of establishing SAMI, and as I've stated, we knew we have to depend on the local supply chain and local capability. As such, we've launched a system called iSuppliers. It's available on our website. Any company can apply to be a qualified or an approved suppliers to SAMI. I always look at the number of how many approved suppliers we have. So I look at the number. Currently, we have about 8,845 suppliers, local and international. Unfortunately, about 5% of those total suppliers are in the defense, are specific defense that are direct project. The rest are generic suppliers, and we definitely need them. Then I looked at the numbers and say, how many out of this 8,845 suppliers that are approved by SAMI are local suppliers? And it's 50% of them are local suppliers. But the unfortunate thing is it's only 1.3% out of the local suppliers are defense related. When I say defense related, it means they have license from GAMI and they can be engaged in direct defense contracts. The rest are mainly generic support suppliers, and that's fine as well. We definitely need it, and that should continue. But my ask is really, if you're ever interested in getting into defense supply chain, which I definitely encourage you to do so, GAMI, the General Authority for Military Industries, are working extremely hard to establish the supply chain, and they're the one who issue license for companies, local companies, to be part of the defense industry, and then they can apply to SAMI to be involved in defense contracts. I think please do so. I'm interested here if I see just people raise their hand. If any of you are involved in defense contracts, I would just like to see hands raised. How many of you are? And you will find, that reflects.
Basically 2-3 hands.
Yeah, so that really reflects the percentage, and really from our perspective we saw it as 1%, which is a shame. To achieve our absolute goal of localizing 50% of the defense spend, and it's huge. And to be one of the top 25 defense company, we need strong supply chains. So just as an idea, as Jerry was talking, it's not easy for small and medium enterprises to apply to SAMI to be approved supplier, then apply to CERC, then apply to Lucid, and so on. So if we can have a system where if any of the PIF companies, sister companies, have an approved supplier and it's in your database, by default, that should be approved supplier across the PIF sister companies at least.
Yeah, instead of getting approval every time.
Everyone, because it does take time and it's not easy.
Jerry, sorry, a parenthesis, because now you've been talking and I'm thinking of one idea that I need to ask you. What about if it's more cost efficient not to use the local supply chain? I mean, how do you make that call? Use the local company even if it's more expensive than importing? I mean, how is it? Or is it like that they have a local content mandate to meet even if it costs more?
So I'll answer both questions if you allow me. So I'm just looking at my team to confirm what I'm about to say. So on the first point, I think that's something we'll try to do on an optional basis, obviously. Right. So each company on its own will decide whether or not they accept the pre-qualifications or the screening that's happened in other places. But I think that's something we can do. And I'm looking at the person who now has to go do it, and he's smiling. So yes, I think we can do that. To your question, Nadine, there is obviously a chicken and egg issue here, right? If you never make the efforts to industrialize your economy, you'll never have an industrial economy. And so very clearly as part of Vision 2030, we've already made that decision. So the chicken has left the coop. Now, the way the local content policies are designed, quality has to be par. Right? But if quality is par, then local suppliers have a slight price preference. The reason the supplier development program is so important is that even to get quality to par requires engagement in many cases. Again, that kind of stair-stepping of capabilities. So this is a project that's going to take time. It's being done across a very broad set of sectors by already hundreds of actors in terms of the procurement side, who all have aggressive timelines to meet and all have aggressive or aspirational quality levels to deliver. So again, this is not a or B thing. Rather, we have to create C, and we're going to have to work together to do that.
Mr. Sheha, let's go back to the idea of how would the private sector know about the opportunities available and what should they do to get there?
Thank you. First of all, let me provide you with a perspective of what is the opportunity here we're talking about. To manage those or handle those 14 or 16 streams of waste, and those are the municipal solid waste, the medical, construction, demolition, mining, greeneries, medical retreatment or waste treatment and so on, and even military and what have you, probably the kingdom will need north of 150 billion Saudi Riyal worth of investment on the ground. I'm talking about the capex. Now let me share with you now who will be building those capabilities. It's you, the private sector. When we decide on a direction, for example, building a waste to energy. The other day we were just talking with the companies, private company, before it was even acquired or partially acquired by PIF. Al-Bawani, they approached us and said, we want to take or be part of that waste to energy. So all of our construction portfolio will be provided on a platform, and the private sector will be aware of it. Today, I truly encourage you, go and visit our Twitter, LinkedIn accounts, and even our website. But LinkedIn and Twitter, and you will see all kind of information, presentation of what we intend to do and how we will probably take the kingdom, not probably, for sure, we will take the kingdom forward in building all of those infrastructure facilities, the one that will be costing, as I said, 150 or north of that. We may not take all the 150, we may take 50, 60%, but we will take as much as possible and whatever is allowed for us, so that we basically, like mentioned by PIF, we enable the private sector so that we can grow together. So Twitter, LinkedIn, our website. We also engage the Chamber of Commerce, the Saudi Chamber of Commerce, the Eastern Province, the Riyadh, and so on. And we invited everybody on a video conference. And we had attendees probably of 100, 200 people of the business people who are interested in the recycling. And I want to mention something else, maybe as a good news today, that this is for the onshore. How about the offshore? I want to tell you that we were given the mandate, again, part of this enabling the sector, and a sector didn't exist before. We were given the mandate to spot and monitor the seas of the kingdom, the Gulf, Arabian Gulf on the east, Red Sea on the west, 200 or 2,000 kilometers, all the way from monitoring all the marine operation there to understand which one is basically polluting. So just like we want to manage and monitor the onshore, also we care about our offshore and the shores of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to make sure that we monitor, not only monitor, what are you going to do after that? After you monitor, if there is a potential oil spill, you go and surround it and recover it, as well as then you recycle it, and then you dispose of it in a very, very responsible manner. And God forbid, if any of those pollution comes to the shores, we have the remedy and we have the action to go and basically clean it. That company will require not less than 52 pieces of marine operation, of a fleet of an airplane, short-range drones, long-range drones, as well as monitoring system, as well as choppers and fixed-wings airplane. Today we are talking with our colleagues who are also talking to their business community today, and yesterday we met actually a company that supplies SAMI. It's just a private company. So this is basically Nadine taking a vision that is a vision to achieve 94% landfill diversion, that's today 5%, outlining the big idea and the big opportunity, then taking it a level down. This is the facilities that we will install. Please visit our Twitter and LinkedIn account, and then translating into investment on the ground with the help and participation of the private sector. And we have 3 or 4 layers of engagement. One, like what we are doing today, we come to a plant involved in recycling but cannot grow. So we acquire portion of it, and all what we pay, we say, we will double, triple, if not even quadruple, and even 10 times. We go to a plant, take it, buy it for 15 million Saudi Riyal, and then we invest 150 million Saudi Riyal under the current and existing business community leadership that they are doing today, embarking on their expertise. So we enlarge. Instead of them managing 2-3 ton, we want them to manage 7 million ton. So this is the first engagement. The second engagement is the building of the infrastructure. The third engagement is the supply of equipment. All what we will do, and I urge you to visit our website and Twitter, will require suppliers. And fourth is basically the construction, that you as a community will help us build those things. So on all those 4 levels, we welcome the participation. And now with the IT platform and social media, we are there, all the information is there. This is a wonderful platform to understand what we are doing and how basically to reach us.
Mr. Sultan, you mentioned at the beginning how when you started there wasn't any supply chain. What are you doing at Lucid to catalyze that value chain? And what kind of support would you need to achieve that, whether from the government or the PIF or any other third party?
So I think, as we've heard from the colleagues, I think, we know what the target is at a very high level, the 40%. And I think what we've done is we've subdivided it into projects. And we worked with PIF, we worked with some of the other institutions in the country, and have actually published it at various platforms like, seats, stampings, injection molding parts, bumpers, fascias, What are they using? What is the market size? With us and a couple of other OEMs now signed up, what is required? What is the business case? A very high-level business case is already actually developed for the private sector to really jump in and look at those and say, do I want to play in these, part families? And there are multiple ways, as Jerry was saying, to really execute it. I know that the technical know-how is needed for those, and we have current suppliers that are capable to do that. Do they need a JV partner? Do they need a technical partnership with companies that already are producing something similar? So we've gone to that level and have created those opportunities that will get us to those 40%. And I encourage, the participants here. We have on the exhibition a booth, and there is a team, and then we have 2 cars in the front. Please do visit the cars. There's a team around that, and anybody can take that information, pass it to PIF and us, so that we can engage the private sector on those projects.
Let me ask you all a final round of questions about capabilities and about knowledge transfer and skills, creating the right skills. Mr. Todd, when you put your plans, are you taking into consideration the local capabilities? Because you are working across a wide variety of sectors, and you are talking about massive investments. This requires scale, and it requires know-how. How do you incorporate that into your strategy?
Thank you, Nadine. Well, I think my earlier comment applies here. So we're here to build what isn't there. And so that's very much true in terms of the current state of the local ecosystem. So whatever it is today, we see our job through our portfolio companies, but also directly to uplift and upskill the local private sector to activate these ecosystems, enable these ecosystems to grow. And so we do that, as I mentioned earlier, kind of programmatically and also individually, sector by sector. I'll give you just one example. So we have a team that's focused on ecosystem activation. They look at how much capital is required. Are there policy, regulatory, legal unlocks that are required? Is there a talent dimension within the supply chain? Are there specific IP or international know-how that needs to come in to catalyze those? And then we do that in partnership with the portfolio companies and the investment teams. And the objective really is to do our part as quickly as possible so that these seeds that we're planting don't grow up in isolation. They grow up as, we want a forest, not a single tree, if you will. And so we'll be announcing very soon on the talent side in automotive a major effort that we've been working on with Faisal and his peers over at SEER to start to develop that technical workforce that we need so desperately to realize this vision, not only at the OEM level, but at the supply chain that we'll be building over time.
The clock is flashing red, so if you can give me brief closing remarks about the capability issue and about the impact of what you're doing today in terms of private sector engagement, the impact on the economy as a whole. Mr. Abu Khalid.
In less than a minute, it's look, what we're doing is really having sovereign capability, where we do not have to depend on any other countries to approve or not approve having a certain capability in the kingdom, and that's extremely strategic. I think when it comes to a capability from human capital, honestly, we are blessed in Saudi Arabia with the youth we have. We have absolutely no issue in getting some of the best brains when it comes to engineering and other functions. I think there is issues when it comes to technicians because the defense industry hasn't been built before. So now, luckily, GAMI have established a National Academy for Military Industry to build up those technicians. It just happened, I'm the chairman of this academy, and I believe it will help us tremendously as we move on. But if I am to sum up, Vision 2030 to me is it's not a vision anymore. It's reality, it's happening. And Vision 2030 taught us that nothing is impossible. So I genuinely believe, although the defense industry hasn't been established in the past, I believe the way forward is extremely optimistic and positive, and we will make things happen.
Mr. Ashiha.
Yes, I have to second you, my colleague Khalid, Walid Abu Khalid. I think let's look at it and the impact that we're making to the globe, to the world. Part, as I said, we live in the same world, we share the same air. So we are reducing the emission, or will be reducing the emission by 2035 by no less than 70 million ton per year. Almost, that is like from the 300 or 400 million that we are emitting in the kingdom. Out of the recycling, we will be reducing 70 million. And this is not a joke, and it's a huge significant amount. This will be done by the youth, by the capabilities that we have here, and we will be avoiding burning or basically dumping the equivalent of 40 to 50 million equivalent oil barrel in the landfill. All the garbage that we send is estimated to be 50. So on the air, we will be reducing 70 million. On avoiding of the backfilling, we will be reducing 50 million that we will bring it back and put it in the economy. This will require a lot of capabilities, youth. We will be creating, or there will be a creation of jobs, no less than 77,000 direct jobs in the area of basically recycling. The GDP is estimated to be, as mentioned by Mawan, 120 billion Saudi riyal worth of GDP. So that would require a lot of basically creation of the jobs, of the participation of the private sector toward achieving a wonderful and great objective, not only for us here in the kingdom, but as a global objective. And this is how His Royal Highness always, with those big visions, it means a lot to the kingdom, but it also means a lot to the whole and entire planet that we live in.
Mr. Sheikha, when you're done achieving your objectives in Saudi Arabia, can you please visit us in Lebanon? Mr. Sultan, final remark.
Look, you know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is going through a tremendous transformation, and then you can see some of the people that have been up here on the panel yesterday and today. I think the opportunities are huge. I've been involved in automotive for 25 years, and you know, I've been involved with 6-7 countries, and what is happening here is faster than any of those countries at the moment. So I think the businessmen, the private sector really need to look at it from an opportunity point of view, because it's a clean slate right now. It's very easy to get in, but it's going to get crowded very soon. So, you know, there will be companies from outside the country that will jump on this. So I think we would rather have the localization done by the local players, because they know the local know-how. They are accustomed to everything that goes on here. They know the ways to operate. So that's my message, is really, come become a player of this massive transformation in automotive. There's a number out there, I think 50,000 jobs are going to be created in King Abdullah Economic City, around that area itself, with 10 to 12 major projects operating in the next 5-6 years. That's a huge opportunity for anyone to realize, and with the support of PIF and other institutions, it becomes really a no-brainer. Yeah. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for this amazing conversation. To the organizers, sorry we went 5 minutes overboard. And to the audience, I hope we answered many of your questions. Thank you very much for joining us today.
شكرا نبيل. يعطيك العافية. شكرا.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
يعطيك العافية. لا ما شاء الله عليك.
شكرا نادين على إدارة حوار ثري، والشكر أيضا موصول للمتحدثين على الطرح المتميز والذي ارتكز على أفضل السياسات والممارسات لتعزيز دور القطاع الخاص في تطوير القطاعات الناشئة. حضورنا ومشاهدينا الكرام، من الفرص الواعدة للقطاع الخاص في تطوير القطاعات الناشئة إلى فرصه في المشاريع العملاقة، مشاريع رؤية المملكة 2030 والبنية التحتية العقارية. نبدأ الجلسة الحوارية الثانية والأخيرة لليوم، ستكون باللغة الإنجليزية أيضاً. تنويه للحضور الكرام، أجهزة الترجمة الفورية متوفرة من اللغة الإنجليزية إلى اللغة العربية. Channel 1 عربي، Channel 2 English. والآن حضورنا ومشاهدينا الكرام، يسعدني أن أرحب بضيوف هذه الجلسة: الأستاذ محمد السديري، مدير محفظة الاستثمارات العامة في الاستثمارات العقارية في صندوق الاستثمارات العامة، والمهندس أحمد الجهني، الرئيس التنفيذي لرؤى المدينة القابضة، ومستر غوتم ساشيتال، CEO of CAFT and Mr. Jerry Anzarello, CEO of الدرعية. يحاورهم لوسيان زيغلر, co-host of 966 and principal Pilates Capital. Welcome to the stage, all of you. Looking forward to hear from you all. I pass the mic to you, Lucian. There's only one Diraya. Yes, Jerry.
Gentlemen, welcome to the panel discussion today on the opportunity in giga projects and real estate infrastructure. Before we get the shovels out and break ground on the discussion here, I'd like to thank the chairman of the PIF, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, governor of the PIF, His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, and Mr. Jerry Todd, head of the PIF's local content, as well as the whole PIF team assembled here, who's worked really hard on this event. Thank you to them. The names of the projects here in Saudi Arabia, and represented here on this stage by these gentlemen, are known to all in this audience, and indeed are starting to become household names, not just in Saudi Arabia, but around the world. They will also be places that attract millions of visitors and tourists, and for those visitors, they will be places that shape their new perception of an emerging and modern Saudi Arabia, one that inspires the imagination and helps to realize the vision set out by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I'd like to start with a question for Mr. Mohammed Al-Sudairi from the Public Investment Fund, the PIF. And this is a two-part question, Mohammed. I'm so sorry about that.
That's right.
Broadly speaking, what are the PIF's goals, and what investment opportunities do you envision for the private sector?
Okay. PIF mission is to establish itself as one of the largest and most impactful sovereign wealth funds in the world by 2030, to enable the creation of new sectors and opportunities and enhance the kingdom wealth, as well as drive the economic transformation of Saudi Arabia. To achieve this mission, PIF have four main objectives: maximizing PIF assets for the benefit of the local economy, unlocking key strategic sectors in Saudi Arabia, localizing modern technologies and knowledge, and developing local talent, as well as building a strategic economic partnership. Within the real estate sector, our goal is to develop domestic real estate projects and companies. This includes, of course, the 5 giga projects, being Neom, Red Sea, Giddiya, Dir'iyya, and Roshan. Our role has been to act as an anchor investor in these giga projects and set an overall framework for the projects. This will help to ensure high standards of governance, create synergies, as well as increase efficiencies through standardization. Regarding your second part of the question on opportunities, of course, PIF is building a diversified portfolio that aims to enable many promising sectors and contribute to the local content by creating partnerships with the private sector. We also work to transfer modern knowledge and technologies and localize them to build a prosperous and sustainable economy. PIF, thus far, we have created more than 70 new companies and over 500,000 of direct and indirect jobs. PIF further empowering the private sector by unlocking and leveraging the synergies between its company in order to increase the local content in these projects by 60% by the year 2025. A wide range of opportunities are available and will continue to roll out in the real estate sector. It is a perfect example for growth and development. We have various opportunities on the commercial assets, such as opportunities in hospitality, resorts, venues, and much more in retail and food and beverage, and the examples are a lot. And we have a lot more opportunities when it comes to building infrastructure, including airports, airport facilities, utilities, offices, education, health facilities, and of course, accommodations for employees.
Follow-up question to that. We talk about Vision 20, the PIF, very much in the driver's seat of this big program, the catalyst. How do the PIF sector objectives and aspirations align with the Kingdom's larger aspirations?
Okay, as I mentioned earlier, PIF mission is to help deliver Vision 2030. And our sector focus and activities reflect this. And I will give some examples. In real estate, and in alignment with Vision 2030, we target 70% home ownership by Saudi citizens by the year 2030. This will be done through development of world-class communities such as Roshan, which is a PIF flagship project that was established to raise home ownership rates in Saudi Arabia and improve the quality of life by providing housing and financial assistance to the youth in the country. This will be done through the development, the project will support the development of construction activities and building materials sector by adopting innovative construction methods and modern technologies in infrastructure construction. It will also focus on developing and raising the industry standards and strengthen the strategic partnership with the private sector. We have also recently announced the new Murabba development project, which will develop the new and the best new modern downtown in Riyadh. The project will contribute to Riyadh future development and will add around 180 billion of non-oil GDP and will help to create 334,000 direct and indirect jobs. The launch of the company, of course, is in line with the PIF strategy to unlock capabilities of promising sector, engage with the private sector, and increase the local content. We are making a great progress so far. We have already developed more than 30 projects in the real estate and several initiatives to catalyze the sector. PIF aims to invest cumulatively 1 trillion Saudi riyal by 2025 domestically, and that includes the real estate sector. In aiming to be an impactful investor, and through increasing our investments in the real estate and infrastructure sector, we also are very cautious on the environmental impact of our projects. In fact, one of our key strategic sectors is the utilities and renewable energy, which is basically fully aligned with the Vision 2030. We aim to leverage the Kingdom's natural potential and leverage it to reduce the carbon footprint of Saudi Arabia while maximizing the financial returns. So PIF also will be responsible for 70% of Saudi targets on renewable energy and will have a target of 58 gigawatt output from renewable sources. These are just few of many other examples of how PIF is helping Saudi Arabia aspirations.
Very good. That's a lot. It's a lot of work to do, a lot of work done. Well done. Let's move on to our next CEO on the panel, Mr. Gautam Sashital, CEO of KAFT, K-A-F-D. From the outside looking in, KAFT looks done or almost done. And you can sort of see the progress that it's been made. It's fantastic. I think it's worth hearing right now the KAFT story, the KAFD story as a starting point. How far along is KAFD toward completion?
That is a very interesting question, Lucian. Today, KAFT is alive, it's active, it's vibrant. And let me put some sort of facts around that. For example, we have almost completed the delivery of 94 buildings, and most of these are now being operationalized. So you've got office tenants that have moved in already, the likes of Aramco, parts of PIF, you've got the likes of Pfizer, multinationals, so there's lots of government organizations and also multinationals who have moved in or are moving in. A very vibrant and growing retail segment. A large part of it is F&B, which is getting very popular. The public realm, what we call the Wadi, sees at least 5,000 visitors every evening. And on special days like Founding Day, National Day, and so on, we have 15 to 20,000 people. We have pop-ups in the Wadi that really make it active as a destination. So really, we're creating multiple experiences for visitors from Riyadh to come into CAFT, as well as to create the retail experiences for the office tenants and the residents. Let me move to residents. Today, we have 208 apartments. All of them are full, and we have a wait list of over 100. By the end of this year, we will have delivered almost 1,000 apartments. So you're talking about roughly between 2,500 to 3,000 people living in the district. I work there, I live there myself. Let's look at the events space. We have a conference center and multiple other locations which are very active at the moment. So let me put all of that into numbers, for example. So we will have roughly about 1 million square meters of office real estate. We have 130,000 square meters of retail. We have 984 apartments by the end of this year, and we'll have about 70 F&B outlets. So you're talking about the perfect destination to work, to live, and to play. But in answer to your question, are we done? No, this is just the beginning. We've only developed about 40% of our land bank, which is about 1.6 square kilometers. And we're starting up really exciting projects to complete the remainder of the land bank over the next 3 to 5 years. So there's a lot that you will see in the space, and this is why the subject of partnerships becomes extremely important from our perspective. But the one thing that I'd say is that what CAFT have been able to achieve would never have been possible without the support of our shareholder, PIF, of course, and of course the country's leadership behind us. And that is what propels us forward towards delivering this destination which is and which will be of global standard.
And if there's any shortcuts to get around that list for the waiting list for apartments, I know there's a lot of people in this room that might want to skip that long line, so that's very exciting, and some amazing restaurants in KAFD. Let's talk a little bit about the partnerships. That's why we're here, especially local partnerships. Going forward, how do you see the role of the private sector in contributing to KAFD as a thriving urban center to live, work, and play?
Well, you know, when you look at a real estate project, and I use that in a very loose sense, like CAFT, everyone thinks construction companies, everyone thinks project management consultancies, but that's only scratching the tip of the barrel, really. You've got, from a CAFT point of view, what we look at is sustainability projects, as Mohammed alluded to it as well, sustainability projects, smart city applications, let's call it, technology platforms. We're looking at applications. So all of these means a lot of partnerships with the private sector. Now, to put it in perspective globally, if you look at the SME sector, and we shouldn't ignore the SME sector, according to the World Bank, 50% of the jobs globally and 90% of the enterprises globally are MSMEs, as they're called. And that is a sector that is very vibrant, especially in terms of process, in terms of technologies, in terms of people, and that's what we need to tap into as well, and that's what we're doing. We've got several of these projects we're kicking off, are already in progress in partnerships with the local sector.
Very exciting. Can you give us so you said, just a follow-up here, you said 40% complete, so the best is yet to come. Can you just tell us about the rest that's forthcoming, the other 60%?
So we will have a lot of residences,
yes,
branded residencies, hospitality keys, and more commercial space. So our aspiration for the future will be CAFT today, as I said, the 1 million square meters or so of office space is grade A office space. We will create the next benchmark of grade A plus office space as well.
Excellent. Very exciting, very exciting. Let's move to Mr. Ahmed Al-Juhani from Rua Al Madina. It may be fair to say our audience is least familiar with this project because it is the newest. So let's start there with an introduction to what you're doing and everything about the project, the background, the big picture, and the story of the project.
Thank you, Lucian. I would like first to thank all the audience, the distinguished guests today, and I am honored to be part of this gathering as a subsidiary to PIF, who is actually working very hard to increase the local content in their programs. Actually, Royal Medina is a project part of the Vision 2030, and the main purpose of this project, or the whole company was created around Royal Medina project, is basically to enrich the visitor experience by hosting 30 million visitors and through the Hajj and Umrah to Medina. The audience to Medina who actually are looking to come forward are more than 2 billion around the world. So any one of those would like to come to Medina and enjoy the experience. So this project, under actually the leadership of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, the chairman of PIF, was to create the urban planning in Medina. It's on area around 1.5 million square meter on the east side of the Prophet Mosque, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So we are going by 2030 going to create 47,000 rooms in Royal Medina, all hospitality rooms. We have office space and we have retail. We have retail, about 600 shops there. And also we are going to create part of Royal Medina, the Islamic Civilization Village project, around 266,000 square meter. Basically, all of this is to enrich the experience for the visitor part of the pilgrimage experience program, and to make sure the visitors to Medina stay longer and enjoy the place and enjoy the Medina, which is actually close to the heart of billions in the world. So we expect to host around 150,000, 149,000 visitors per day. So the city could host about 250 people in that area once it's completed. It's very close to the mosque. It's about the nearest area 5 minutes walk to the mosque, and the furthest area is about 20 minutes walk. It's very close to the high-speed railway station, which actually links Jeddah and Mecca. It's very close to Medina International Airport. So it's a complete, actually, Royal Medina is a destination. It's a destination we are trying to create to enrich the experience of the visitors to Medina. The job will create, the project will create 93,000 jobs once it's completed, and will contribute about 140 billion riyal to the GDP. So it's actually a destination, and we are working very hard on this project to get it done.
I've seen the renderings, they look amazing, like really cool. Can you help us get a grasp here on the role of the private sector in developing this huge project?
Yes. The project right now under development, it's actually, before I will say probably what we need from private sector, I would like to highlight what has been done so far in Medina. The project or the master plan was announced by His Royal Highness on August 24 last year. And from that time to date, Royal Medina actually have signed more than 4.3 billion real contract, which is under execution right now in Medina. And today, actually, we are going, during this actually forum, we are going to announce signing more than 600 million contracts this afternoon, which is part of the development of Medina. So we'll be, by today, we'll have more than 5 billion already in the ground as active contracts. What has been done in Medina because of this, of the big volume of this project actually, we have more than 12,000 rooms right now under design. So they are under design, and today also we are going to announce the excavation contract for the first super block, which has 18 towers. And all these 18 towers have already got signed off with international operators. And we have also more to come, and it will be announced as we go. So as a development, during the development stage, there is a huge opportunities to local contractors, to local suppliers, and to service providers, to design offices, because we have 154 tower buildings in this project. So the volume is by itself is enticing, you know, to actually look at that as an opportunity, and I encourage all the private sector to look and establish a place in Medina. So during the development, we have huge demand for construction contractors, for service providers, for suppliers, because the construction industry actually contribute in a very big manner to the complete supply chain of all other sectors. So they contribute big part in that. Even we have investment opportunities to actually operate the city. We are looking at central laundry. We are expecting to have the size of a central laundry to serve the city about 500,000 ton, 500,000 kilogram per day as a size for the central laundry. We have about 120,000 meals per day. We are looking at central warehouses, and we are looking also for staff accommodation for more than 13,000 to serve the city. Definitely the workforce is much, much more than that, but for certain, you know, staff, we are looking for staff accommodation. This also gonna be, we are working to get it through a third party and through investors to have the best mechanism so they can provide the services to Royal Medina. After that, after operation, we have a lot of services to be provided to the city once it's operated, because we are looking actually beyond that. So it's a complete supply chain from now until 2030 and beyond. So it's a continuous development and continuous actually opportunities to the private sector. And I encourage today during this gathering everyone to visit Medina and to see what are the opportunity in Medina, because they are great opportunity. And the project for everybody, we are 15% right now in the construction at site for the infrastructure. While we are looking at the infrastructure, we are looking at the same time, looking at the vertical assets, and we are getting the vertical assets, you know, being executed at the same time. And looking also at the other opportunities to operate the city, because we have to operate by 2026, we have to operate the city. So we're looking for the support and the contribution for all the private sector to come and join Medina, and we will work together to bring this great development to reality.
Mabruk to you, a very exciting project.
Thank you.
Let's move next to Mr. Jerry Inzerillo. Hello, Jerry. The Diriyah project is, in a word, I think the word that captured it is exciting, very exciting. Carries an added significance, obviously, as the birthplace of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We've all had our imaginations captured by the exciting news coming out of Diriyah every day, seemingly. I'd like, if you will, please to start by giving us the highlights of the project, where we are now, and could describe to us what we might see and experience when the project's completed.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you everybody for being here. And before I answer that question, I would like to, it's the first chance publicly, to thank the leadership of His Excellency Al Rumian and our amazing brothers and sisters at PIF to formally welcome us into the PIF family. We always felt we were part of the PIF family, but now to be officially announced, which the Crown Prince did, is a tremendous boost for us to be now surrounded with some of the best and brightest and most talented minds in the world, not just in Saudi Arabia. So for us to officially be part of the PIF family is a great honor for us, and it adds a lot of prestige to Diriyah. We are the birthplace of the kingdom. We're the ancestral home to Al Saud, and we must always remind ourselves to praise and send our love to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, we wouldn't have Tareif, and we wouldn't have had the genesis of the inspiration of our dynamic Crown Prince to do the master plans of Diriyah. Diriyah is historic. It's the home of Saudi culture, heritage, it's the source of pride, and it will be one of the great gathering places in the world. So if we look big and see the brilliant job that our colleagues from RCRC are doing in the reconfiguration of Riyadh, a G20 city, taking it to 15 million people or more by 2030, Diriyah will be the jewel in the middle, but it's done in the central Najda typology. So we're currently making 180 million mud bricks. So it will have the authenticity, the reverence and respect to 300 years of culture. And one does have to praise again His Majesty the King and the Crown Prince and Prince Badr and Ministry of Culture and others for allowing us on February 22nd to celebrate our second founding day. All of us joyfully on September 23rd celebrate our National Day, but the founding day celebrates the 300-year history and more of Diriyah. So as people come from all over the world, and they're coming now, we had over 500,000 visitors during Diriyah season since November 28th that have come into the UNESCO site. We're doing between 3,000 and 5,000 people a day at the UNESCO site. We're doing between 6,000 and 7,000 people a day in our first phase assets of Bijeri Terrace that we delivered in November of 2022. The master plans, which are now 140 million square meters of development, are configured that we will open assets, as we did in 2022, ground break and announce assets every year as we lead up to Saudi's hopefully victorious participation in winning the World Expo in 2030, which inshallah we will host that, and Diriyah will be finished by the World Expo. So we will have 20,000 residences. We hope after the board meeting this month that we will announce the first sales strategy on that. We have 38 hotels, of which 36 have already been signed. We will open our first hotel at the end of this year. We have 9 spectacular museums, including the unprecedented House of Al Saud, but we'll open for Prince Badr and our brilliant Ministry of Culture, our first museum this year. We will have 26 mosques, 2 major universities, full school systems. We're putting in 3 metro stations underground. We will have 40,000 parking spots underground, full smart city technology, water, power, fiber optics, parking, circulatory systems, tour buses, Uber. This took 30 months to dig 8 million cubic meters of rock. The Crown Prince gave us 36 months to accomplish this. The great Diriyah team did it in 30 months. So now, all people that come from all over the world will see Diriyah operating like our brothers and sisters at CAF. We're doing a brilliant job. We're operating, but we'll have something to show every year for the years coming on, and this is wonderful. By the way, a short point. Diriyah now is doing between 20 to 30 media visits a week. The media now are coming from all over the world to see the great work that my beloved colleagues are doing, to see what's happening with NEOM and Jeddah and Red Sea and all the great projects, Mecca, Medina, even all the projects that we're doing in Riyadh, Gidea and Kaft and us. Almost all of those media people come in a little bit suspicious. Can you get it done? All of them leave. Wow, I had no idea the Saudis were so warm, generous, and hospitable. I had no idea you had as much progress as you've made. And they're all leaving, and now people that come in a little bit confused or a little bit suspicious, they're leaving all as ambassadors to the kingdom now. Yeah. So I think we all have to praise the Crown Prince for his exceptional leadership and the fact that, really, we say something affectionately, you all know what I'm saying, and that is that when the boss works an 80-hour week, we have to work an 81-hour week. And the boss is putting in an 80-hour week. I mean, I don't know how he does it, but God bless him. But I think we're on a historic time right now. I think everybody in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia should be positive, optimistic. One final thing on the follow-up to that question. We're almost 2,000 people in DGDA now, and today a company, thanks to our brothers and sisters at PIF. We're 20,000 construction workers on a job, will be 125,000 by 2027. But we're 85% Saudi. We're 36% Saudi women. 16% of those Saudi women superstars are in management. And the thing I'm most proud about is 14% of my staff are from the community we serve, which is Diriyah. So every single meeting with the Crown Prince, is it about being on time, about being on budget, about getting it done? Of course it is. But the one thing with him, quality of life, quality of life. Are my people happy? Are they educated? Are they employed? Are they positive? Are they fit? So I think it's a very historic time in the kingdom now. And even though all the CEOs may be a little bit tired, I think we're all filled with tremendous gratitude and tremendous pride.
Very good, very good. And just before I ask you a follow-up question, can you talk a little bit about all the sports going on in Diriyah? Because I know just hearing about it in the media, there's a lot. Can you talk about that? And you mentioned quality of life and fitness.
Yeah, we again, there's a lot of praise to go around, but if you look at the breathtaking job that His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Turki Al Faisal's doing as Minister of Sport, between him and the General Entertainment Authority with His Excellency Turki Al Sheikh, the amazing job in culture, amazing job in tourism, all these government entities, but in sport in particular, the Crown Prince feels, and it's part of Vision 2030, we want to have 40% of the population out at least 3 times a week. Now, we've been talking backstage. We've already planted 6 million shrubs, plants, vines, trees, palm trees, with all smart city technology, recycling affluent water, drip technology, the most sophisticated use of water. But we've finished already. Now, you can come right now, 3 kilometers of parks. By December 31st of 2023, we will have 9 kilometers of parks where you can ride a horse, you can ride your bike, you can jog, you can walk, you can picnic with your families, you can have the baby carriages out there on our Wadi Hanifa project. By the time the Wadi Hanifa project of Diriyah 1 is finished, we will have planted over 50 million towards Green Saudi and Green Gulf. So sport is critical. Ministry of Sport, boxing. We just did the 5th Formula E, 110,000 people. The Crown Prince came, as always, to support us on this. But we want people outside. We'll have over 100 parks in our community affairs program. We want people outdoors, enjoying themselves, being physically active, and having good quality of life. So sport is imperative, and we have to give immense credit to our great Ministry of Sport.
bringing it home to the focus of the conference, the forum here, and this panel as well, local partnerships, Jerry. How are those key to realizing, I guess if we can maybe do this as a two-parter as well, to bring it up till now and then going forward, how are the local partnerships key for Daria and for what you're doing?
This is a really imperative question, and we all have the same variation. But we enacted a policy that's almost 5 years old now, working inside out. And that is that a lot of the press, when they come in now, they want to know about foreign investment. We're getting a lot of foreign investment. I'll give you a stat on that in a second. But we went inside out. In other words, we have a very, very strict policy at Daria. We do not buy anything unless we can buy it first in Daria. We use all Daria subcontractors, all Daria craftspeople, all Daria food trucks, all Daria artists. We will use everything in the community before we go to Riyadh. We will use everything in Riyadh before we go to the kingdom. We will use every Saudi business in the kingdom before we go to the Gulf. And we will use everything in the Gulf before we go abroad. But now, with all of this development, trillions of dollars diversifying the Saudi economy, and tourism in particular, to take it from 3% to 10% of GDP by 2030, we're getting to the point now where we're maximizing all of our internal supply chain structure. That's why our beloved colleagues at PIF are doing such a great job to support us with that. But now we're finding a lot of Gulf investment. All the Saudi conglomerates are invested in Daria. It's the principal city. We have the largest inherent population. You know, it's a little bit easier because we have critical mass. Our other CEO colleagues that are Whitefields have got to build that critical mass. But we have commitments, and again, on a shout out, our Ministry of Investment are doing an amazing job. There is not a single day in Daria, not one, I promise you, where we're not entertaining someone from Ministry of Investment of foreign capital coming in. So on our 38 hotels, we have foreign capital interest, meaning Saudi and non-Saudi foreign interest, in 30 of those 38 hotels. We have hundreds of restaurants, souks, retail. So we're getting a lot of interest, and I think a lot of that has to do with the leadership of His Excellency Al-Faleh and the team, because we're working with them literally daily on foreign capital and foreign partnerships.
Amazing, amazing. Well, we're a little bit limited on time, but I want to make sure we use it. What I'd like to do is ask you guys if you could keep your comments on this question a little shorter, but I want to finish up here with a question on smart cities. Because when you're building a new city or you're expanding a city, you have an advantage making it smarter, making it renewable as well. Gautam, if I may start with you, I know that you guys are working hard on that. Can you talk a little bit about how you're doing on that and what the goal is?
Absolutely. I mean, let's start with where CAFT is today. CAFT is the largest LEED Platinum certified district in the world. Now, that says something. That says something about the master plan, that says something about what happened even before CAFT was formed. Our job at CAFT, obviously, is to expand that, to increase, look at sustainability, look at smart city options, and we're looking at all of this. So we've got almost over 50 smart city projects currently in the pipeline. Now, they include everything from creating a smart city platform that integrates all of these smart options to completing the fiber optic network, as Jerry referred to. But ultimately, what we will have is every building in the tower and every part of the public realm will be linked, for example, to a central control room that allows us to control and move from being reactive maintenance, for example, to being proactive maintenance. It also helps us from a security point of view. I mentioned earlier that we have 15,000 to 20,000 people coming in on certain days. Crowd management and use of AI. So we've already trialed with an organization called SenseTime, which is a PIF subsidiary. We've trialed AI technology that sits behind all of this smart city platform to actually analyze crowd management behavior, and so on. We're looking at mobility options. For example, we've just launched, and one of the MOUs we're signing today is with Recab, which is about creating internal mobility options, shuttle services. We want to move to sustainable options, for example. We've got e-scooters, micro-mobility options throughout the district that we're launching as well. So we want to create multiple smart mobility platforms within the district. And then if you're talking about sustainability, we've got over 30 towers in the district that are LEED silver or gold. That's probably a record.
It's amazing.
As well.
Amazing.
Now, in addition to that, we've, as Jerry alluded to that, I don't have that vast an area to plant in, but last year we planted about 5,000 trees, almost about 500,000 shrubbery, and 4,000 square meters of grass. All that happened last year. So today, that is what attracts the visitors from Riyadh to come into the district. We're also looking at multiple ways of mobility which are sustainable. For example, the monorail, we're working on that, so we will have monorail that will go through the district. So multiple ways of de-risking the roads. And finally, we're looking at new technologies. We signed an MOU with Sumitomo Corporation, for instance. We're using their technology. It's an epoxy, basically, that you coat on the public realm and on the roofs of towers and also the walls. And what that does is it reflects heat and radiation. It reduces the heat island impact, for example. And not only that, it reduces, therefore, your cost of maintenance. It prolongs asset longevity, but it also actually reduces the amount of consumption of energy, for example, inside. It makes for a much better tenant and visitor experience as well. So we're doing a lot of these projects as we talk. Smart, sustainable. We've got a very well-developed ESG strategy that we're rolling out at the moment. So all of these sort of add towards that sustainable district. I didn't talk about waste management. We have probably the largest automated waste management facility. You can go anywhere in the district, put your garbage into the chute, and it lands inside a container on the other side of the district. So all that is there. We have a gas farm that we're putting in to service all of the retail in the district. So there's multiple projects. We're recycling roughly about 13,500 cubic meters of water. So all of that water will go into irrigating the district, but not only that, we will have an excess that we will actually give back to the city.
Amazing stuff, what you're doing. Very amazing. Let's go to Mr. Al-Juhani. We were talking before about things like having, as you're building a new city, putting in things like electric charging for vehicles. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing in that respect in terms of sustainability?
Okay, actually, as CAFED actually is a head of, is a head actually of Royal Medina, and they are doing actually a fantastic job. We are in Royal Medina. From sustainability, we got the Mustadam Platinum Award in the Riyadh Real Estate Forum. It was awarded to Royal Medina by His Excellency, the Minister of Municipality and Rural Affairs. So on that one, in sustainability, we are doing almost many things of what CAFED is doing. We have district cooling to save energy and to get efficiency to the city. We have also automatic waste collection system. We are looking at smart charging because we have a lot actually of parking in the area, and we want to use actually environment friendly, applications. So this is from sustainability. We have also from master planning or from smart city, Royal Medina master plan is actually smart without introducing any smart technology. The color coding of the building, you can know by looking at the building, where are you? Are you closer to the mosque or you are away from the mosque? So it goes from earth on the west side to close to ethereal when it goes to closer to the mosque without actually going into from the architectural appearance. So it goes the building close to the, or the towers close to the mosque are lighter in color compared to a darker color when you go away. The lighting also will indicate. During calling of the prayer, the light will change. So we are also looking, because we are in a city, we are integrated within Medina. Medina actually got the, I think, the award of the smartest city in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the municipality, not Royal Medina. We are trying to complement that and integrate with the city to have a smart destination where actually the visitor can go all the way and check in from their place until they go to the hotel. So there are a lot. We have a big control center because the population in that area is actually is about 250,000 in every day. So from a visitor or worker or whatever, it's a huge actually density of people at that location. So we have a control center. We are going to operate our public area. So it has all the smart application in the city to make sure the visitor enjoy the experience. Because also Royal Medina is actually it has about 63% of the area is open space for people to walk. About 1 million square meter is open area. It's not actually crossed with traffic. People that can enjoy and walk and dine and go to the mosque and see the Islamic Civilization Village and so on. So we have all the smart application. We are working. We are still in the beginning, but we have all the vision to make Royal Medina a smart destination.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
This is why I love podcasts, by the way. You can just let it go as long as you want, but unfortunately, we're very short on time. Mr. Jerry, could you bring it home for us? Just, if you would, and you touched on it earlier, round up a little bit about all the work you're doing to make Jariyah a smart city and an integrated city, and how that'll affect your handling of visitors and tourists as well.
Well, I thank you. Sometimes there's an apparent conflict of can you keep the authenticity and your unique culture and heritage intact and still introduce areas of modernity. They are not in conflict of each other if done with sensitivity, and no one does that more sensitive than His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. So we too have earned pre-certification platinum status on LEED. We're very proud of that. Underneath the walkable pedestrian city of Diriyah 1, where people are meant to be outside, walk to pray, walk to work, walk to school, take your bike, walk to live. So Diriyah will have the old city feel that when people from all over the world, all Saudis, to come home, this is your home, this is your birthplace, it's the sense of your identity, it's the sense of our pride. All the people that come from all over the world. This is where the Arabian Peninsula started. This is the birthplace of the kingdom. But underneath, you want to make a reservation. You want to have a parking spot. You want to go to the theater. You want an event. You want a sport event. You can do that all electronically. They're not in conflict of each other. The technology within your house could be very modern, but your house from the outside will look very authentic. So the one beautiful thing, well, there's hundreds of beautiful things, but one of the beautiful things about all of the Giga projects, if you take 30 of them, they all have their own personality. They all have their own functionality, but they all have a commonality of Vision 2030 mandates in terms of environmental protection, sustainability. And sustainability could be environmental sustainability, it could be human sustainability. The other thing that I'd like to conclude on, all of us have been working very hard, and many of us have one best place to work. The future of Saudi Arabia is in its young population. And that's why I think we all, every day, have got to be filled with optimism, because the workforce in Saudi Arabia and the future management that the Crown Prince will need, we have right now. And PIF is probably the greatest example in the entire kingdom of development of people. And we're proud to participate in that.
Thank you all very much. I wish this could keep going on, but we must conclude. And ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman building the future of Saudi Arabia's big cities, please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Kelly?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Lush.
Nice job, my friend.
Thank you all. Watch out. Watch out your steps. Thank you all for a great session and a promising future for a thriving private sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. حضورنا ومشاهدينا الكرام، ابقوا معنا. سنختم الآن المنتدى بكلمة من جيري تود، رئيس إدارة التنمية الوطنية في صندوق الاستثمارات العامة. Please join me in welcoming Jerry Todd, Managing Director of the PIF National Development Division. Welcome, Jerry. The stage is yours.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, private sector leaders, esteemed guests and colleagues, thank you very much for your attendance and active participation over the last 2 days. Our objective for this forum was to accelerate connectivity between the private sector and our portfolio companies. I think we're on track. We've had over 9,600 people register for the forum. We welcomed 2,900 attendees yesterday. It seems as though we will have bigger numbers today based on the volumes in the room next door. We ran some spot surveys at the end of the day yesterday, and 92% of the people plan on coming next year and would recommend this to a friend. Sorry, more than 90%. 50 portfolio companies next door engaging with potential suppliers. 42 agreements have been or will be signed between companies and potential business partners over the course of these 2 days. You've heard from 4 panel discussions. The most recent one just ended. And we have a total of 9 demand signaling workshops. 4 were yesterday. We have 5 more today. They'll be starting directly after my short remarks. We'll first be hearing from Saudi Arabian Railways Company, then STC, Ma'aden, the electricity company SEC, and SAMI. Just to give you one little vignette I was so pleased to hear of yesterday, I met up with a young Saudi entrepreneur. She has a beauty products company, and she told me she signed 4 agreements yesterday just walking around in the exhibition. So that's the type of thing we want to have happen. That's one small example of what we're trying to do on a very large scale. So thank you very much for your kind attendance and your attention today. Please stay for the demand signaling sessions that'll be starting right after a short video. And then please engage with private sector companies and the procurement teams from our portfolio companies in the room next door. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry, for closing our official proceedings. And ladies and gentlemen, here is a video showcasing the best of the PIF Private Sector Forum for 2 days.
At PIF, we believe that the private sector is a real driver of change.
صندوق الاستثمارات العامة ينظر إلى القطاع الخاص بوصفه الشريك الأهم والدائم مرحليا واستراتيجيا، وبه ترتبط نجاحات متعددة لا حصر لها، وما يزال العمل المشترك مستمر في تطوير وتفعيل الأدوار لإعطاء المزيد من الفرص للتمكين والاستثمار مع القطاع الخاص.
وخلال هذا المنتدى سنعلن عن برامج واتفاقيات أخرى مصممة للقطاع الخاص تسهم في تسهيل التواصل بين الصندوق وشركاته مع القطاع الخاص وتفعيل مجالات الشراكة بشكل فاعل ومستدام.
لذلك أنا أقول خلوا القطاع الخاص عليه أن يكون قريب من ما تقوم به الدولة اليوم. الجهود اللي موجودة اليوم فيها فرص غير طبيعية.
دور برنامج شريك تقديم الدعم والحوافز والتمكين لتحقيق هذه الاستثمارات للوصول إلى 5 تريليون.
ولله الحمد اقتصاد المملكة بالنمو المتسارع يسع للجميع، ومهما ضخ فيه من استثمارات أعتقد الفرص كبيرة وواعدة جدا.
Your presence today reinforces the importance of Vision 2030. PIF and its portfolio companies are committed to enabling the private sector through a broad set of initiatives.
مع أهمية قطاع البترول، مع استمرارية القطاع البترول، أن السعودية ما تكون عندها شركة متميزة ورائدة وقائدة في قطاع الحفر كانت نوعا ما غريبة حقيقة.
We are able to bring a huge amount of co-investments and a huge amount of investments into the supply chain and bring new technology to deliver into those bigger projects.
To be top 25 defense company is extremely challenging, but it will be impossible to achieve without having a strong local supply chain that SAMI can depend on.
What is a wonderful testimony for this PIF conference that just yesterday we signed 3 deals with local prominent business people.
The subject of partnerships becomes extremely important from our perspective.
And I am honored to be part of this gathering as a subsidiary to PIF.
For us to officially be part of the PIF family is a great honor for us, and it adds a lot of prestige to today.
القادم بلا شك هو الأفضل والأجمل والأروع للقطاع الخاص، الشريك الأهم والدائم لصندوق الاستثمارات العامة. وننوه للحضور الكرام ونشجعهم لزيارة المعرض المصاحب للمنتدى، والذي يضم أكثر من 50 شركة تابعة لمحفظة صندوق الاستثمارات العامة، وممثلو الشركات سيستعرضون لكم برامج الصندوق التي تهدف إلى تمكين القطاع الخاص، وأيضا إتاحة الفرص للموردين الراغبين بالتسجيل مع شركات الصندوق. ونضيف أيضاً أنه سيتم الإعلان عن العديد من الشراكات التي تهدف إلى تعزيز وتمكين القطاع الخاص، كما سيتم عقد مجموعة من ورش العمل. سيدير هذه الورش خبراء متخصصون من صندوق الاستثمارات العامة وشركات محفظته، حيث سيتم تقديم العديد من المعلومات الهامة للقطاع حول استثمارات التوطين وفرص سلاسل التوريد، وكذلك سيتم مناقشة الطلب المتوقع على الخدمات والمنتجات الرئيسية. كل هذا بلا شك سيسهم في مساعدة شركات القطاع الخاص على اتخاذ القرارات الاستثمارية الصحيحة في الوقت المناسب مع الشريك المناسب. شكرا لكم على وقتكم وتفاعلكم. ابقوا معنا، سنجدد اللقاء في هذه القاعة 1:00 ظهرا لبدء ورش العمل. شكرا لكم.
Assalamu alaikum. يعطيكم العافية جميعا. Good evening everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I am Abdullah Al-Bahli from Saudi Arabia Railway. I'm responsible for vendor management and local content in Saudi Railway. We are here to talk about SAR investment and the future for the railway and the challenges for the railway in Saudi Arabia. First of all, I would like to say the vision of Saudi Arabia that be a leader in providing transportation and logistics solution for the customer, and the mission to serve society and customer by delivery safety and sustainability and the technology advanced transportation. That's for the vision and for the mission. And our strategic goal is offer a standard service, achieve customer satisfying, reduce the government's dependency for the roads, and the support Saudi business increasing, recruit and talented all the society for the rail, and transfer the knowledge, invest and in the railway, and limit carbon transportation for in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia Railway started from 1947. That started for the East Line, then go so far to establish for SAR for the North Line in 2006. Start the journey in 2011, the first journey for the North, and that's go after that in 2018 for the passenger start and for Al Haramain, and now we are also SAR now work with Al Mashaa'ir. For the investment opportunity for SAR, we have for investment and for the Saudi Railway, which is contain the major part for SAR. That first we will start with the wagon manufacturer and assembly in Saudi Arabia that we are required for the manufacturer to be built in Saudi Arabia to support the railway for build and assembly all the wagon. And the address market, it's more than actually 1.8 billion for the wagon, and the IRR it's between 8 to 10. That's the number changeable, depend on the business, and required investment from 90 to 100 million. The potential location, there is no potential location, but we are putting Riyadh, but there will be even in the East region or the West region for the potential location for the manufacturing. We already put these actually investment in our site for which is the SAR website at the public. And for the second one, which is the establish the wheel manufacturer, Planet, also in SAR. That's actually to enable the market, to enable the workshop here in Saudi Arabia that will support all the rail, especially for the wheels, because we have harsh environment in Saudi Arabia. That's why the steel, the life run off very quickly, more than any region. As in out of the kingdom might be will run one for 1 million kilometer, but in Saudi Arabia it's only reach 150,000 kilometer. And the address market for that is actually we are now consuming between 25 to 30,000 wheels per year. And actually the financial requirement for that business actually around 75 million. The location actually Riyadh or Dammam, as I said before, it's open for the business. It's not requirement to be in the same location. And the third one actually it's for establish of wheel manufacturer. Also that we will have for the sleeper manufacturer. We have a sleeper around. There is sleeper required to build. One of the main part to build the rail is the sleeper, and we have, as everyone know, the huge project which is the land bridge, and also there will be a GCC for the GCC project that will connect Saudi Arabia with all the GCC region. And to the market, as we said, 1.5 billion Saudi riyal. We have 3 or 4 locations for this project. We have Riyadh, Hail, or the East region or the West region for this project. And the required invest, it's from 100 to 150 million, but the approximately IRR, it's from 10 to 15%. And for the rail manufacturer, which is also the main part for building the rail, which is mainly high carbon steel to build this rail, and the address market, it's around 500 million, and this number also which will go up based on the requirement in the future. The required invest is between 70 and 80 million. Potential location, as we mentioned, Riyadh, it's the main potential location, but also it's dependent about the investor. That's where it will be, even in the east or the west. For now, we have more about the invest in the spare parts. We have now these specialized parts in the locomotives, which is the main part, the main asset, which is moving the cars, which is the wagon. We have different type of parts, like the powers, engines, filters, fans, fasteners from different type of fasteners, cooling, air condition, plowing, the batteries. All these are actually required to be localized, and we face a lot of challenges for these parts, as some of these parts required special equipment, special tools to be localized in Saudi Arabia. And that's the average consumption value for these days. Actually, we spent from 50 to 55 million. That's average from 2019 to 2022. And we expected that the number will be jump in the coming future, because as we are SAR, expansion their transportation, expansion their project, expansion for the new customer, for different type of mineral and cargo. That will be also the number will increase to reach 130. And that's more for wagon, which is the car. We have different type of requirement for the wagon, the valve, brake shoes, brake system, electrical brake system, springs. That's part of the wagon, which is also we had high consumption for these items, especially for the brake shoe and the brake system, as that's part of the safety critical for this and the safe transportation in the rail. And that's the average consumption for these days for the wagons, from 25 million, and the number that will increase, the expected it will reach to 33 million, and we expect that the number will be more than 33 million due to the expansion of the railway in Saudi Arabia for the land bridge and the GCC, and also the new project and the transport goods in the future. And we have here the wheels. It's the main part for the moving the locomotive and moving the wagon, which is there will be challenges, especially in the wheels, as the wheels required forged for the wheels, not cast, which is that's challenges because we are using the microalloy steel, and that we face an issue to find like these raw material in Saudi Arabia. And that's the average consumption we consume for the wheels from 10 to 15 million, and the ton might be in the future it will reach 25. That's for the wheels. But before we finish, I will say the challenges that we have more and more for the wheels as the raw materials we have in Saudi Arabia. Some of the materials, microalloy steel, clean carbon steel, magnesium, aluminum, different of these raw materials that we might be which have a challenge in these items not be in Saudi Arabia. Also, the equipment, specialized equipment, especially for the rails, as the rails, it's required some specialized equipment, specialized tools. That's also we face an issue for that not have been in Saudi Arabia. And the third, the knowledge for the railway, which in Saudi Arabia. So we are open for that in Saudi Arabia, in Saudi Railway, to develop and transfer all the knowledge. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm Abdullah Al-Bahli from Local Content and Vendor Management. And now I'm open for any question from your side.
I'm sorry if I missed the first few minutes. You may have already answered this question, but I just wanted to know the Saudi land bridge. What's the progress on that? When is it actually expected to be signed and commence, and the expected completion period?
For the land bridge, actually we have a special department for the land bridge, and for the execution of the land bridge and all the projects for the land bridge that will be required to have a seat with our department in the land bridge, inshallah.
You covered the manufacturing opportunities. What about the services part? Services when it comes to surveying, to land surveying, and other services that you require to complete your projects.
Also, that's open for us. Also, for we focused in the spare part because we found that it's huge challenges for us. But also, we are open for the services, of course.
Can you give an overview of, let's say, requirement of these services, etc.? What are the key items that, from a service point of view, that you require or will?
The service actually is open subject. Actually, it's not in one location, and it's not one subject. If we are speaking about the service for the land transportation, if we spoke about the consultation services, if we spoke about the supporting service, audit service, it's open subject. So any subject from support service up to the consulting service.
Another question: any of these services where you face difficulties in obtaining, or you find, let's say, small number of players, etc., where you want to expand, or you want to, you feel it's an opportunity that for service provider to penetrate?
I would say the civil work for the rail, yes. That might be the part we have lack of vendor or suppliers in this area.
Assalamu alaikum. We are a communication company. We develop all this infrastructure like fiber optics cable, which moves along with the railway track. So do you have some opportunities where made in Saudi Arabia, local products, Saudi Arabian Railways looking for it?
Yes. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time, and I wish you a good evening for everyone. Thank you.
مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first edition of the Private Sector Forum from PIF. It's my pleasure to be here today, sharing with you STC experience and successes in supporting local content, and sharing also with you some of the opportunities, investment opportunities that could lead for more and better localization. If I go to just a little bit to the history, since 1999, when STC been established as a company, the localization was one of the major aspects that STC is looking for. Going forward, while STC is moving and growing, still the localization is a major item in STC strategy. Till now, and especially in 2019, we formed Rawafid strategy from STC, which support and improve the local content within STC group. So, especially in 2018, the start of the Rawafid program as a main strategy for STC to support local content and to focus more in the localization in the ICT sector. Rawafid program was built on main four pillars, talking about workforce development, talking about supporting SMEs, also looking at and improving digitization and innovation in our sector, and the industrial localization as a major part, since we are a lack of localization, especially in ICT sector. As one of the major moves that STC took, we are being a partner and founder for the Local Content Leader Council, which is led by Local Content and Government Authority, where we are representing ICT sector hand by hand with other leader companies in different industries. That shows how STC is committed and developing local content in the industry. In order to have our work in a systematic way, we built our internal operating model that ensure the continuation of our work, and that operating model works in mainly three parts, which is discover, deliver, and digest, where we discover and look for new ideas, looking for new challenges, test it, making sure that it's doable and then it goes for the execution. Afterwards, it will go for a digest where we ensure that these ideas being implemented and it create and generate the value that was put since the beginning. Always we are saying this is not enough. We are always looking forward and furthermore. So we took the opportunities always in such events and any other events where we can participate and show the successes and also sharing the opportunities. With all of these, alhamdulillah, STC reached our local content score by 40.75%. That compared to the ICT sector benchmark, it's a way high. And that shows, again, how STC is committed to develop and improve local content. These percentages represent so many numbers. So we can talk about 13 billion as a contribution to the local economy. We are talking about adding our requirements for local content in all our purchases, mainly in the mega project or giga projects. Also, we are here to present our investment opportunities where we are looking for you as an investors trying to improve the localization in our field. Today, I'm going to share with you STC catalog for the investment opportunities, where we are talking about almost like 27 opportunity that worth of 6.6 billion for the coming 5 years. This catalog already available on our website, where you can visit it, take more information about it. And also, I would like to invite you to visit us on our booth, where we can explain more and more about all these opportunities. These opportunities was built in order to maximize and develop, increase, and having a diversity in many items. So this is the QR code for the guys who is interested to get the catalog. And we are talking here about telecom equipments. We are talking about some civil equipment where it is mainly explained in that catalog. We are having some success stories already in the industry localization, talking about fiber, cables, which is already localized, talking about our journey in the SIM cards, which was implemented, and now the companies are well matured, and they already started their journey to export. Talking about the tower itself. So all of this was the success stories been going while we are moving in our journey. I could share one or two examples of that catalog. However, I would request or ask everybody to have this catalog and take a look on it. And if anyone is interested, he is most welcome. We will sit with him hand by hand with the technical team in order to develop more and more, and in order to achieve our goal of having all of these items as a Saudi made. That will help our economy, that will help our reputation and industry. This is again another items, okay, talking about we explained in that catalog whether these items today are manufactured or none. We shared the 5 years forecast from STC perspective. It's good to mention here that all these numbers are only from STC. However, if we expand it to the whole market, the numbers will go more and more. So it's really an opportunity for anyone to participate. This is another item, 4th item, until we reach the 27th item. This is the QR code. You are most welcome to visit our website, where you will see our report, and also you will get the catalog. Thanks a lot, and I will open the channel now if anyone has a question. Thanks a lot. ترى كويس إذا ما في أسئلة معناته الأمور واضحة. إلا إذا أحد بده يسأل يعني. We have a question here.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
أخوك علي المجيني من عمان بس في السعودية مقيم حاليا.
أهلا وسهلا فيك بعمان وبالسعودية.
الله يبارك
بلدك
إن شاء الله.
تفضل.
شكرا جزيلا على المناسبة الجميلة هذه للجميع طبعا. سؤالي عن how do you actually monitor local content execution. وشوية بس أوضح لك المشكلة. اليوم most of the contracts معظم العقود تعطى لشركات كبيرة ومؤهلة، ولكن في الواقع الاقتصاد معظم الاقتصادات 80% من الاقتصاد مبني على الاسميز، والشركات الناشئة هي اللي لازم تحصل فرص. فدائما المعضلة الكبرى انك انت تنشور انه الفاليو gets passed الى ريل، وانا حطها 10 خطوط تحت كلمة ريل. local companies that physically gets the opportunity to either يعني physically deliver services or deliver products through monitoring the main contractor work, the subcontractor work, and the subcontractor work to ensure that the work is actually then delivered to the maximum local content value.
Perfect.
شكرا.
طيب, thanks for your question. I can answer you briefly, and if you want more details, again, I would like to invite you to our booth. However, today we have an authority here in Saudi Arabia called Local Content and Government Procurement Authority. The authority already defined the formula how to calculate the local content, either an entity level or a project level. So going to that project and to ensure that the value already been recognized, there is a formula and there is a breakdown where they can go and read the numbers and how these numbers being distributed into labor or goods and services or capacity building. And each number will go for a score that will be combined together in order to have the final score of that project. That score can be multiplied by the project value. Then you can read how much value goes for the local economy. This is in brief how we are reading and calculating local content. I hope I answered your question. If not, ثاني باب على اليمين أول بوث حياك الله بكون موجود هنا. تفضل. حياك الله المايك بس الله يعافيك عشان.
شركات تكييف. سؤالي هل بالنسبة لمنتجات مجلس التعاون الخليجي ستعامل بنفس نظام المحتوى المحلي أو بيكون لها تعامل آخر؟
والله لو في أحد من هيئة المحتوى المحلي بيجاوبك أسرع، لأنه هذه تنظيمات للبلد، whatever تنظيمات already موجودة الشركة حتتبعها. أتوقع اليوم في طريقة لحساب المحتوى المحلي للشركات الخليجية، أوكي، من هيئة المحتوى المحلي، بس نرجع نقول هذه تنظيمات للبلد إذا هي متاحة موجودة.
نتكلم عن STC، وش تعاملها بالنسبة للموضوع؟
STC تتبع النظام اللي موجود من هيئة المحتوى المحلي، أوكي، فعلى حسب التنظيمات اللي موجودة. اليوم طموحنا نحن نلقى منتج وطني مصنع في السعودية. إذا ما حصلناه مش موجود، قد يكون GSCC equipment أفضل لي من الفورن equipment، فنمشي خطوة بخطوة إلى حد ما نوصل. فهذا نوع. however زي ما قلنا التارجت الأساسي هو الحصول على local equipment متاحة.
شكرا.
تفضل. تفضل.
مساء الخير. سلام.
أهلا، حياك الله.
دكتور عبد المحسن علي الشيخ.
حياك الله دكتور.
My question about the localization of human capital. Okay, if there any qualified people, Saudi people, how we can localize it?
الحمد لله ديرتنا غنية. There is a lot of qualified.
Some critical positions يعني need high quality خاصة في التكنيكال، خاصة قطاع الاتصالات تحتاج بعض المرات بعض
Then we need to hire and we need to build our internal
there any mechanism STC follow to
أيوة as a company we are hiring externals definitely. However, there is a journey to build the local capacity after we got that expert. So we are not relying 100% on that expert, but he will gonna work and deliver, plus he should train and move or transfer the knowledge to the locals.
Okay, another question about, have you meet any obstacles or any what it called الممانعات من ال foreign companies related to ال WTO policies في ال local content؟
ما أدري، أتوقع إنه استيسينا بوزيشن إنه ما أقول لحد ممانعات، بلس إذا كان في ممانعات في alternatives، يعني ما في solo company يعني شغالة، فit's our needs and it's our decision by the end to go with that company or that company. ما إحنا مجبورين يعني على حد.
Thank you.
حياك الله. please. أتوقع باقي لنا يمكن 5 minutes. We can take some questions and again you are most welcome to visit us and for sure I will answer all questions. هنا في سؤال. تفضل. Yes.
Yes, please. We are working in fiber optics cable services and trading and manufacturing for last 10 years. And with reference to gentleman's question, if you develop some formula for the subcontractors teams as well, so there could be a possibility where there are thousands of people. For example, DataSet is one example. They had around 4,000 or 5,000 expatriates. That could be a big place where we can develop the Saudi talent, the Saudi youth in their own regions. They can serve the STC as well, if you put some plan on them.
Thanks for the comment. Inshallah, we will consider it. No worries. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
My name is Faizan. I am from Mitsui & Company. Basically, my question is regarding the upcoming technologies, like, for example, for 6G networks. The technology list that you have shown, surely I will go through it. And I believe these are for the existing technology, which is for the 5G network and like other related internet connection services. What about the upcoming technologies? How STC or how Rawafid is looking at those technologies to have a first mover advantage in the industry?
You are referring to the catalog that I already shared?
Yes.
Okay. When we designed that catalog, actually, we were trying to get rid of the technology itself. So if you look at that catalog, you can see an access items which can be generated or produced, and it will gonna work regardless of the technology. So we are not talking about the sophisticated equipment which is already owned by the supplier himself, because it's very difficult to bring it here or to open a factory. And by the way, our aim not to copy or not to bring one of the big companies that they will open a factory here and they will bring all their stuff from outside. We want to build a capacity here. We want to build our talent, which is local. So that's our aim, in order to open that factory and bring the people, Saudi people, to work and to start developing this item and take it to the next step. It's not only just assembling or copying, which will not add any value to our economy. So this is the main, I think. تفضل. It could be the last question, sorry, عشان الوقت. Go ahead.
يعطيك العافية. أحمد غالب. بحكم عملي في القطاع الخاص يعني زي ما أنت عارف برامج وزارة الاستثمار لاستقطاب الشركات الأجنبية أن تنقل مقراتها في السعودية. أبغى أعرف هل في مثلا تعارض أو في مثلا فورمولا معينة عشان تكون الصورة واضحة بالنسبة للشركات الأجنبية اللي راح تنتقل للمملكة؟ هل في تعارض مع موضوع اللوكاليزيشن للمحتوى المحلي؟ أنا أعرف هذا السؤال ممكن يكون اللي هي الهيئة العامة، الهيئة المحتوى المحلي، يعني هم بس من ناحيتكم برنامج روافد، يعني هل في مثلا ميزة معينة للشركات اللي راح تنتقل الفترات الجاية بحكم البرامج الموجودة؟
لا بالعكس، الشركات القادمة، سوري سألتني بالعربي بجاوبك بالعربي. اوكي بس أنا ما أدري عن البقية. بس if we talk about the international investors that they will come to Saudi Arabia, they will come here and the MISA will make sure that when they are coming here, they will gonna add value to the country. So once they come to Saudi Arabia and they start their business, definitely we're gonna consider them as a local. And then all these, let's say, policies or opportunities, it will be shared with them, similar to the existing local companies. Our aim not trying to reduce or to minimize the work with the foreign companies direct. And that's why we are trying to bring more and more companies and local that will enrich the local economy. يعطيكم العافية. شكرا جزيلا. وإذا في أي استفسارات أو أسئلة حياكم الله. شكرا لكم.
Assalamu alaikum. Good day, everyone. My name is Abdul Wahab Al-Jamfawi, Ma'aden Local Content Vice President and Tharwa Program Leader. Ma'aden Tharwa Program was formally launched at the National Local Content Conference in September 2022. Tharwa Program was formally launched during the Local Content Conference in the September last year by our CEO, Bob Walt. Local content is not something new in Ma'aden. We have used the local content since we are forming Ma'aden. With the public launch of Tharwa, we are embracing Ma'aden, the role as a national mining champion and the opportunity to drive growth and diversity through the third pillar of the national economy based on the extraordinary mineral wealth available in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and plan expansion of the mining industry. We are committed to Tharwa Program
creating new economic opportunities, jobs, and supporting the national priority to build more diversity economy. With broader base of industrial, technology, and capability, less reliant on the oil gas revenue. Local content vision is maximizing the contribution of the mining industry to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. To supporting this vision, we have 5 strategic objectives: people, business, SME, small, medium-sized enterprises, remote region, and supply chain. Thurwa has made substantial contribution to Saudi economy. In 2022, Ma'aden spent more than 19 billion Saudi riyal on the third-party goods and services, which approximately more than 72% placed in Saudi Arabia suppliers. We have also great progress in individual localization opportunities and key categories including petroleum coke, aluminium scrap, industrial gases, and labor services, protective equipment, and operational equipment like valves, screens, cutters. We have made great steps forward on the developing new local sources of the supply. We recognize there is still massive potential for further growth in the local content through our supplier chain and downstream of our opportunities in our operation. From over than 2,000 categories of goods and services, Ma'aden batches, we have identified more than 82 highest opportunities for localization, and in all areas of high spend for Ma'aden. We have also downstream of our operation, we have identified more than 36 applications for products to build new businesses and industry in Saudi Arabia. Brochures are available in our booth. You can look at them, and there are many opportunities, chances for our investors and suppliers. We welcome the opportunity to work with PIF, new investors, and other partners to drive continued growth in the local content in the mine industry. I would like to welcome our team in Ma'aden, business development and strategy from different business units, Mr. Tariq Zamel, Mr. Gamar Javid, and Nawaf Mursi from different areas. So I will leave the floor for my colleague Tariq Zamel.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Wahab. Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Mr. Abdul Wahab. This is Tariq Zamel. I'm working in Phosphate Strategy and Business Unit. Just a second. We will go through our opportunities in phosphate business, mainly for the supply chain. Before that, let us have a quick in our strategy initiatives for Ma'aden and phosphate in 2040. As you can see, the first pillar, we have the leverage case resources. So we will expanding our production in fertilizer sectors to be the third player globally in this industry. The second pillar, we will focus on our values, focusing more on customers and distribution internationally. The third one, which is the productivity. So we will maximizing our value of current asset, plus reducing the cost through the optimization in our processes. Last but not least, the ESG stewardship. In this one, we will be targeting to be recognized as sustainable and environmental responsible company through development and incubation deployment of technologies. Okay, the first opportunities that we have, the flocculant, which is using to increase the settling rate of solid and slurry. Last year, we spent around 70 million Saudi riyal. And we use this one mainly in the water treatment and in aluminum. Second opportunity, fatty acid. The main producer currently is China and Southeast Asia. We spent around 90 million Saudi riyal last year, and we use this one mainly to concentrate ore during the reverse fluation process. The third one, the coating oil. Usually this one use it after the granulation product to preserve our quality and fertilizer product, minimizing the caking, dust and controlling, and saving from during the shipping and handling. The last opportunity that we have, the anti-scalant, which is a chemical that is injected into processes fluid to prevent scale formation. As you can see, we spent around 20 million Saudi riyal last year, and we use this one mainly as well in water treatment, phosphoric acid production. This is some or sample of our opportunities that we have in supply chain. Now Mr. Qamar will go through the aluminium business opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Qamar Javed, and I'm the Director of Strategy and Business Development at Aluminum. Been in the industry for the last 16 years, so I'm a little biased about aluminum. Aluminum you see everywhere. Wherever you go, you see aluminum in the construction segment, on the buildings, the frames, the automotive sector, the cars you've come in today, you see aluminum. The aerospace, you see aluminum. So really, aluminum is a function of GDP. The higher the population growth, the more the aluminum will be consumed. The higher the urbanization, the more the aluminum will be consumed. And ma'adan is the third pillar of the KSA economy. And we have a very important job to do, and more important job in the local content. So like my colleague Tariq will go into our strategy, what we want to do in the future for the next 10 years, very aligned to the Vision 2030 of the Kingdom. And if I have to summarize aluminum in one word, we want to grow, or one sentence, we want to grow, and we really want to grow green. Let me take you to the business unit. Perfect. So keeping those high-level vision in mind, we know that aluminum is a commodity that's going to grow as the population is going to grow. Hence, our agenda is to actually grow the aluminum capacity by 3 to 4 times to 2.1 million tons in the next 15 years. We also want to drive the value. At the end of the day, we want products that actually generate value for shareholders. Hence, we want to go into value-add products. And these value-add products, such as ingots, billets, foundry alloys, or some of you which may know, are actually used in the, again, construction, automotive, aerospace segment. The last pillar that we have is productivity. We always want to be lean, always want to be operationally efficient. And finally, the main segment that we have for aluminum is very important, is ESG. We really want to make sure that we are clean, we go green in the targets that we have set, we increase our recycling capacities, and most importantly, the waste that we produce, we actually have a circular economy to capture that waste. And this is one of the opportunities that I'm going to discuss in the next couple of minutes. So talking about investment opportunities, the first one is raw materials that we consume. Calcined petroleum coke, as we shortly refer to as CPC, is one of the big ones we consume. It's one of the critical raw materials required to produce aluminum. And our annual spend, as you can see, is about 700 million SAR in 2022. And as you can imagine, as we are growing our capacity in the next 15, 20 years, this spend is going to increase. And as my colleague Abdulaziz mentioned at the beginning, we have signed a contract with a local CPC producer to localize some of this in the Kingdom, but there are more opportunities coming up. The second investment is liquid pitch. Again, a really critical part of manufacturing aluminum. We're spending about 240 million SAR. These are big numbers, and they form a really important part of our spend. 240 million SARs, predominantly both the CPC, which is calcium petroleum coke, and the coal tar pitch usually come from China. And the idea is to localize this. 2020, COVID taught us quite a bit of lessons, and one of the most important lessons was how do we localize and maximize this important ingredient that we use to manufacture aluminum, which is an important segment for the downstream industry that we have. The last but not the least, raw material is aluminum fluoride. Again, aluminum fluoride is a very important component of what we do in consumption in producing aluminum. We spent about 40 million SAR last year in this product. Silicon is a material we use as an alloy. When I mentioned to you at the beginning, we are going into value-add products. So your automotive sector, the engine blocks, the wheels, they all need specific alloys. And silicon is a very important alloy that's used in production of those. And today we consume about 8,000 tons. And as we grow further, we're going to consume even more. So localizing this is also a very important part of our journey. Last but not the least for us is red mud. As a function of aluminum production, we produce something called bauxite red mud. Today we produce about 2.5 million tons every year. And this is one of the most important waste materials that we are finding many ways to convert into a byproduct. Over the last 100 years, there have been many patents, many research done on this. And today there are some good opportunities that are there that we are targeting, and we welcome more opportunities for you to use this as either as a raw material, or if you have technologies that can actually help us reduce and mitigate this, I'll be more than happy to listen to your pitch. Essentially, this is one of the main ideas, the 5 main topics that I want to really discuss and explore. And as mentioned, we're available on the marketplace where Martin booth is, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have then or later. Thank you. I want to introduce Nawaf, my colleague, to please come and present the golden base metals. Nawaf.
Thank you, Kamal. Thank you. So I would like to thank my team for the great presentation, and I'm here to present the base metal and new mineral. Before we go to the slide, let me tell you what is the base metal and new mineral. Actually, we are handling all the businesses related to gold, copper, zinc, cobalt, nickel, and lithium within معادن profile. And also before to go to the strategy and what's our strategy, let me encourage you, gentlemen, about our success story within معادن. So in the past 20 years, we start with one mine with production around 30,000 ounce. And after 20 years, we are now producing more than 400,000 ounce per annum. Also, we have very ambitious strategy in 2040 to be a 1.6 million ounces producers, and that for sure will require huge consumptions in the raw material and services we are have it right now. So back to the strategy itself. So we have focused and leveraged the KSA Saudi. So we are conducting huge exploration program to explore the existing minerals. We have it in our profile. Also, we expand our exploration activity to target the new mineral, which is lithium, nickel, and cobalt itself. Also internally, we enhance and develop the project execution process, and we are targeting to reduce the time from exploration to the operation to be at 12 years, and that was already announced by our CEO in the previous fair. For sure, all this huge target and operation will come. We want to make sure that we are doing our operation with no impact in the environment and safely itself. And also we are working in several government entity to secure the water to the regions we are working with, because the water is very important to the gold and mining overall. So going to the opportunity itself, we have today 2 opportunities directly related to the base metal and new mineral. For sure, sodium cyanide. This is the main consumption as a chemical. We have it within our operations. This chemical is used to extract the gold from the other mineral during the process flow. The impurity, it's very important for this chemical. We are getting more than 95%. Currently, we are importing this from China, and for sure, we are encouraging the private sector to invest in to have this chemical to be produced within our country. Most of the projects now, Ma'adin now in operation stage, but the government already opened the mining sector. So most of the companies now in exploration phase or development phase. So 4 to 5 years, we expect to have more mining company to be in the market, and the consumption and the demand for the cyanide will be huge. So it's the best time for the private sector to start the visibility for this project. So annually we are spending 45 million. Next one, this is across Ma'adin overall, the conveyor system. This is system usually we use it to move the raw material between the boxes within the plant. Usually we are asking to supply the pellet, the rollers, and other accessory for the conveyor. For base metal and new mineral, we are consuming or we are purchasing from the market in the pellet around 4,000 meter per year, and the annual spend overall Ma'adin is 45. So this is what we have today. I hope I encourage you to look about the mining sector to invest, and we will open now the questions if you have any questions, and my team will be support to answer. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Any question? Please. The one here.
Thank you very much. This is Hassan Bayoumi from Argas. All the opportunities have shown is related to the operation. My question is about exploration opportunities. What about the exploration opportunities in Ma'adin nowadays? Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, sorry, what do you mean the exploration activity? In drilling or in which part?
Exploration, geophysical, geological, geochemical,
So
exploration, finding new prospect.
So you mean the studies? The studies itself. Usually we have our exploration arm within Ma'adin, and we are conduct very huge program to drill our existing license. In terms of the studies related to develop a resource for our ground, we are going through the tender to the resource developer across the world. Usually we are following the JORC compliance with the Australian code. So you are happy to apply through Ma'adin system to register your firm, and then you will receive all the opportunity for the exploration.
If you have any technologies specifically for exploration as well, that are very unique and have a good value proposition, I think we're open to listen to those opportunities as well.
Yeah, sure.
Any question? I believe there is we have one question here.
Good afternoon. My name is Saleh Al-Umar. I'm from the south of the kingdom, and I would like to ask, there has been a railway connection to the north because of Wa'd al-Shamal. My question is, with the plan to have more explorations of the Arabian Shield in the west and the south, is there any plan to connect the kingdom? I mean, would the company provide any support for a railway connection, similar to what happened to the north of the kingdom?
Go ahead.
Yeah, if I understand your question, you are asking about what's Ma'aden activity in the south in terms of the exploration? Or infrastructure developing, you mean? Both? Okay, in terms of the exploration, yes, we have also an activity in the south, because we do believe the VMS deposits, it's huge in the south, which is copper, zinc, and all of these battery mineral will be located there. So answer to your question, yes, in terms of the infrastructure, for sure. Since we are doing exploration, we are expecting to identify the deposits. So then once the deposit will be identified and the development will be start, the infrastructure will come. We are working with programs like Shariq and Global Champions to develop the infrastructure for all Ma'aden operation activity in terms of power and water. So for sure, yes.
I think we have one question in the back.
Hi, gentlemen. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. This is Arvind, the Director of Hydro Building Systems. My question is for the aluminum division of Ma'aden. Recently, we heard a lot of announcements about restructuring and redeveloping cities, and there's a lot of opportunity to collect aluminum from old buildings. Is there a plan to use these aluminum to feed back Ma'aden and to make recycled aluminum?
Thank you for your question. In fact, I should have gone specifically into that in my presentation, which I did not. So in the pillar that you saw, the last pillar, ESG, we have a very specific agenda on recycling. It is an important part of going to net zero. And Ma'aden today is one of the first organizations in the region that already is recycling post-consumer scrap. So today we are already recycling 120,000 tons of used beverage cans. And with Jeddah, for example, with the whole cities being cleared up in Jeddah, we have access to a lot of new material. So Ma'aden is actually going to capture that. We have plans to increase our capacity from 120,000 tons a year all the way to 500,000 tons in the next 7 years. And this is all post-consumer scrap. But the vision is not only about localizing, but the vision is also to make sure that we understand that net zero is an important component and an important journey that we have to build. And it's not complete without recycling. So thank you for pointing that out. Absolutely. It is an important part of what we are doing. And it is even more so important than in the region that in the time that we're living in today on going to net zero by 2050. So if you have any organizations that are willing to invest, please do reach out. Yes.
Good afternoon. I want to ask about the opportunity for the construction company to invest in Ma'aden.
So as a shareholder, or
no, as a construction activity.
you can buy shares of Ma'aden today, and you can invest in Ma'aden.
No, let's talk about the construction activity.
Okay.
In the future of opportunity with Ma'aden.
We have today with us Mr. Matraq Al-Harbi, Procurement Vice President. I think it is good to...
Assalamu alaikum. Actually, what we have presented here is approximately 8 opportunities. We have in our marketplace a complete booklet that outline all the possible opportunities available in Ma'aden. I think it is over 60 opportunities, one of which is the infrastructure side and heavy equipments and so on. In addition to that, any mega project that Ma'aden enters to, it is publicly announced, and it gives an indication to the market of our Briswade mega project, which eventually will let the suppliers, local suppliers, knows about those opportunities and get connected with the concerned business unit.
Yes, please.
Good evening. Abdul Mohsen Ali Sheikh. My question about minerals sector is not like other sectors. It's hard sector. Your sharing for the local content is add your product to the local market or buy from the local market to produce your products?
I can take that. If I understand your question, I can take that. So it's both. Today we are producing, for example, aluminum. We are making ingots and billets that go into the local market.
Okay, add to local market is clear for me.
Clear, absolutely.
But how we can use your sector to buy from the local market?
So this is where the technology comes in.
For example, how we can use the local human capital as a labor? That's number one. Number two, you need some machines not available in local market. Saudi Arabia and a lot of this kind of technology don't produce it. يعني يعني confused for me how we can buy from the local market to produce to your product or create your product from your project places.
So if I understand again, I'll try to take a first crack at the answer. But for example, spare parts, spare parts or equipments, for example. I think in the brochure, and you can confirm this.
Yeah.
This is one of the opportunities we have today to produce these locally. If you can produce these locally, we will be more than happy to buy them locally.
Yeah.
So
additional to this, also the one of the opportunity we just presented, it's about the cyanide. So we know that technology, this is chemical, this is experience we don't have in Saudis. Since Ma'aden start producing gold, we are started from Australia and then go now to China. But we do believe, as I mentioned, the industry now under either exploration or development. So the private sector have enough time to do the visibility for such project like the cyanide to be ready when the demand will start to grow up by all these projects came to the operation stage. So yes, we are ready to give you all the information you need in terms of the specification, in terms of the consumption, future consumptions. All of these we can support the private sector to do it. And also we present the strategy, and we want to encourage all the private sector to look to the mining industry and see the opportunity to support Ma'aden itself. So since you are encouraged to invest in the local by giving these consumable or raw material to Ma'aden, that will support us. So that's why we are ready to support you with all the information required to build your visibility.
I think we have one question here.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
I have a specific question regarding potassium sulfate. Ma'aden invested in this industry, and we as a local company also invested in this company. So basically we are competing in the market. Potassium sulfate, you are producing and we are producing. You are selling and we are lowering the price and we are fighting in the market. So how come when we go into a business and Ma'aden go into the same business, how we manage this? This is my question. And potassium sulfate, specifically.
Yes.
Yeah. I think the market is large. So as you know, Ma'aden is not producing the materials for only local markets. So we exporting. The majority of our product is exporting. So for the competition, I think I don't know what's the company you talk about, but the market is too large to keep it only one company to produce or to have the product. Sure.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Any last question?
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
محمد آل دليم جراند ماينز كوربوريشن. سؤالي كيف يمكن لمعادن أن تعمل على like what you can call it incubator initiatives regarding exploration programs or exploration JV companies like what we have in the Canadian model, junior companies, juniors exploration companies. المساحات ما شاء الله والدرع العربي والإمكانيات اللي تملكها المايننج سيكتور في المملكة تسمح لمثل هالنوع من الشراكات. ممكن معادن كليدر في هذا القطاع تتيح لإنشاء الانكوبيتورز انيشيتيف في مجال الاكسبلوريشن بالتحديد، لأن لا يوجد لدينا سمول سكيل مايننج. سمول سكيل مايننج هو ما يعني تقوم عليه كل قطاعات التعدين في العالم. القطاع هذا غير ناشئ لدينا ويمكن أن يعتمد على الجونيور كومبانيز في هالموديل. شكرا.
Okay, I will take it. If I understand you correctly,
all related to exploration and the gold and the aluminium.
Thank you. If I understand it correctly, and just confirm that you are asking about why Ma'aden doesn't share the exploration effort with junior mining company. Actually, we are targeting junior mining company. This is one of our targets. And we are working internally to divide the effort between Ma'aden handle the program by themselves, share it with junior exploration company, or with peers in the industry. So to answer your question, yes, supporting the junior exploration company, it's one of our radar. It's not only Ma'aden. Even if you go to the ministry, they released a lot of auctions ready for any junior exploration company to be there. Also, if you want to go directly to them to take specific land, you can do it.
Thank you, Nawaf. Okay, we'll take one last one.
السلام عليكم، يعطيكم العافية. معكم محمد جمعة. I represent المشتل Creative Incubation Company and Community House. It's the first licensed incubation company that promotes local creatives and local talents. حاليا one of our most prominent project is the Makers Lab. And the lab is going to be the first commercialized lab in the kingdom, whereby we activate local talents to produce and use their mind and hand philosophy and to innovate product so they can launch it in the market and to innovate in the local market. So I wanted to ask, since Ma'aden has a lot of resources, and I'm pretty sure that in such project we would be needing support in terms of minerals and resources. So if there's support or access to such materials or resources, what is the mechanism to apply or to such thing? Thank you.
You are welcome. Any supplier welcome to register and be part of the suppliers in Ma'aden. And all of them, they can get the opportunities to compete and propose what their services. It is not limited with one supplier to other. And beside, there are many opportunities we have today. our spend last year more than 19 billion, and we have, based on the current operation and the project, and we have expansion in the future. That means our spend will be more than 19 billion this year and next year. So before we end this workshop, I would like to encourage you all to look at our opportunities in the investment and downstream. Visit us in the marketplace. Welcome to ask any question. And also I encourage everyone, all the suppliers and investors, to review and look at the local content guidelines. We encourage the supplier and the local suppliers to comply and apply the local content guidelines. It is very important for us, and it will increase their opportunity to win any opportunity in Ma'aden. I would like to thank my team here in the panel, and thank you all.
Assalamu alaikum. Very good afternoon. This is Mohamed Al-Brady from Saudi Electricity Company, local content BINA program leader. Today is my honor and my pleasure to present you about SEC, Saudi Electricity Company strategy, also as well the investment opportunities outcome from this strategy. So SEC start through BINA program to define their vision and mission, which is we have an ambitious vision that will be leading a benchmark competitive local content and localization for SCA, KSA, and beyond that. Our mission to expand this through our partnership, our investment opportunities, program, etc. That will impact the local economy and also as well in GDP and the workforce. So, we would like to say government have a ambitious target, and they defined two targets. The first target, it is localization. The second one, local content. And next slide, I'm gonna to define the difference between localization and local content, and what is the criteria behind of that. And based on that, we move to our strategy in next slides. So, target in the localization itself, it's 75% as a localization, which is mainly sourcing from local manufacturer, and that to be in 2030. On 2025, Saudi Electricity Company has to reach 60% in local content. That's meaning contribution level, workforce, and other Saudi components will be explained for next slides. So, with these two targets, we're gonna to improve balance of payment, GDP, empowered Saudi, and robust our supply chain. So, to meet KSA target, SEC invest in BINA program through good localization, workforce for the supplier upskilling itself, improve supply chain capacity in Saudi Arabia, supplier R&D cooperation with them, improving SEC GDP that will impact in KSA GDP. Also as will develop financial supplier program that helping them to boosting them to the market and empower Saudization. With this investment and this target, we need now to identify the difference between localization and local content in terms of national means. So, in localization, it is to transfer the tier 1 product and service footprint to Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with the know-how. By increasing the know-how, produce component, tier 1, tier 2 commodity locally for the equipment itself or the service, and utilize the raw material in Saudi Arabia that produced in Saudi Arabia, for example, ma'aden commodity itself, and then increase level of Saudization workforce. That's mean of localization and the increasing of local value add inside localization. The tools that measuring the local value add and localization, local product, it is local content. So we're gonna to measure these components, local value add, and through spending breakdown categories, the labor compensation and Saudization level, commodity tier 2 or tier 1 or tier 3 that be produced locally or by the buyer itself, and the service that utilized in this product or service itself, and the value of asset and depreciation from it, and the R&D spending and Saudi training. So very clear to us here, if the local content high, that's mean very high local value add. Mean we have a real manufacturer, real utilize mineral Saudi Arabia KSA, utilization and improve Saudization labor workforce, but another side vice versa. If the local content measurement is too low, that's mean simply it's coming white labeling, high level assembly, maybe repackaging, laser printing in the product, or just not even that hit for the right service or know how we want it. The raw material imported from out of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the level of workforce, it is high level of foreign, not Saudi. So through this identification for localization, local content, through BINA program, SEC in 2022 reach a mature level in localization, local content. So we're proud as SEC to jump from 2019 to 2022 from 61 to 71. It is 10%. But this 10% is spending just only additional in 2022. Our spending is too high in 2022, by the way. It's 64. And you can imagine, 71 of that, it is to source local from local manufacturer. The second one, we are proud for it as a local content percentage of contribution. On SEC level, we jump from 49 to 55 in 2022. But in the procurement level, in our procurement level, in operation or CapEx, there is a target and the area that we are focusing in our strategy. So we are 35 in 2022, but in Saudization level, as I see, we are 94, and then the supplier itself, we are 25% Saudization level. And this is area we have to focus for our strategy and program. So between 2021 and 2022, we're spending 124 billion Saudi riyal, and by one of the mechanism we have it in our program, it is the mandatory list that come from government authority. We spending 60 billion Saudi riyal on local manufacturer, direct or indirect. The same thing, we apply one of mechanism I'm going to explain it next slide. Okay, thank you. So we have a local content minimum threshold mechanism that we're going to explain it more, especially working on capital project we have it. We're spending as a contribution 70 million project out of 24 to mandate some requirement of local content on our contractor, to enable our supplier to participate more, to enable Saudization to participate more in this project. So here we're going to break down the enabler and mechanism we have it. The first mechanism or the enabler we have it, first of all, it is a leadership focus as a strategy point of view. If SEC and energy sector and PIF don't want to focus with us on the local content and localization, we could not reach our achievement, and we could not even that gonna to activate our strategy future. The second one, it is stakeholder engagement with us. We are care about that, internal and external. Without their engagement, we cannot execute our strategy. Also as well, we need to change the culture, management, transformation completely inside SEC and within our ecosystem itself. Then we'll apply in our procurement local content guideline based on the Ministerial Decree 658, and that implemented 18th of December 2022. Also as well, we develop our technology now, especially in digitization and our system. So our system now come systematical approach and digitize also as well. Also we apply now in our in procurement 5 mechanism, the local content weight formula, which is 30/70 as per the mandate we have it. We'll give 30% weight for comparison between the contractors, and we mandating also as well minimum threshold percentage. For example, if the project cost 1 billion Saudi Riyal, we'll mandate 30% local content mandate. That's mean 300 million out of 1 billion should be localized or local content contribution. Mandatory list, national product. This is one of the amazing mechanisms that's helping SEC to reach the best level for localization. Then the local content preference between foreign and Saudi or national product, which is price preference. Then we have a mechanism focused for a small enterprise entity. We'll give them preference in front of the big company. Then the latest mechanism, which is called localization purchase agreement. And this is one of the new tools implemented last year, LPA. It is kind of take agreement in condition who gonna to win and would like to move with us to be partner in SEC to localize the factory in Saudi Arabia, to transfer the footprint. But it is 5 to 7 year agreement, SEC mandating and have a binding agreement value with the 7 years to buy the quantities or units from the local factory and foreign within 7 years agreement. So also as well, we enhance our monitoring and localize more electrical equipment in 2022, and starting human capital program for our supplier, and automate all these process and mechanism in SEC procurement. So now this is the most important slide that show the challenge we have it here in SEC and with our supplier. So our analysis for the investment plan, SEC is willing to invest around 400 billion Saudi Riyal up to 2030. Our calculation based on to jump from 2.5 GDP to 3.1 in 2023. So it's very clear there is aggressive investment plan on SEC. So that's mean the project for infrastructure left and right. It's clear for us that it is we have to comply and commit to deliver this project to our customers in the end. However, we identify missed potential localized opportunity plus 10 billion Saudi Riyal. So if we have a target 75 in 2023, we are going to lose around 10 billion Saudi Riyal. So our forecasted percentage will be in 2030 is 71%. So based on that, we work with the developable strategy, with the 5 focus area, but we are going to focus on good localization through contracting and material itself. We identify CapEx and OpEx in SEC around 360 from 2023 to 2030. That working for distribution network project within the cities and between cities also as well. We have an overhead line business, extra high voltage and high voltage. Also as well, we have extra high voltage transmission substation and generation power plant project for OPEX time. The target potential spending material, direct and indirect, around 220 billion Saudi riyal. This is the main top highlight product. We have a cable for distribution, extra high voltage business. We have an RMU business. We have a transformer business. We have unit substation. We have gas insulated switchgear GIS. We have a poles. We have a tower. We have insulator. And it's just only, you can look at a very high level about it. We'll gonna, next slide, talk about the potential we have to every product. And also I encourage everyone to visit our booth. The booth call out for one screen for the investment opportunities, showing the demand for the CapEx for contractor itself and the manufacturer also as well for each commodity. That have a good impact for our partner and NSCC in local content localization. So we'll go now break down product by product. Cable business. It is a cable business. This product around 65 billion Saudi riyal demand from today up to 2030. So with the demand we have it in Saudi Arabia, we presume the supply landscape in Saudi Arabia number is limited and is not going to support us to close the gap. So also as well, manufacturer tier 2, it is a gap also as well. And this is including low logistic and land utility for that. The product we are going to focus on tier 2, copper conductors and aluminum also as well. And by the way, one of the products we utilized it last year in our business because we have huge, massive spending in cable. We utilize our local company here in Saudi Arabia that we are proud to work with Ma'aden Direct to utilize aluminum produce to cabling business. Around we have 5 manufacturers or 6 manufacturers comply to work to utilize the Ma'aden product itself. Also as well, we are going to work with SABIC also as well future to improve the XLP and silicon itself and the other material related to it. This product application and distribution level from low voltage up to extra high voltage. The second product, which is significant product also as well, an important product for our network, which is called gas insulated switchgear. This business around demand 37 billion Saudi riyal. This is a product, we have only one local supplier in Saudi Arabia. And this local supplier, it's important to, this product is important to improve the capacity to serve our demand with the target that mandated on SCC. There is a different commodity we are focused on it, especially the circuit breaker, especially for extra high voltage and high voltage, the Baspara product and relay. The next one, it is the tower itself. The overhead line tower, maybe everyone can see it, that in over the road, the high voltage or extra high voltage tower inside cities and between cities also as well. This is a significant also demand product with a 22.5 billion Saudi riyal. Again, the supply itself in Saudi Arabia is limited and we need to focus to improve the manufacturer landscape. Also, we need to work to attract the cost between foreign and local. So tier 2 product, especially we're working on the steel itself because the steel we need to produce it from Saudi Arabia or have transformation production in Saudi Arabia. And this have to be increased. I believe we have more than 300,000 tons. We need to focus on it to be utilized in Saudi Arabia or more than that. We have also the product accessories for it, especially the steel angle and steel pellets. This product application, it is for extra high voltage and high voltage production line. Power transformer, which is one of the products Mainly, we have to focus on our business. It is a capital product, and also we have one manufacturer in Saudi Arabia. The demand can't cover with this manufacturer. It is a potential product for us, which is around 37 billion Saudi riyal as a demand. We also, as well, in tier 2 product, we need to focus on the installation or cover itself and winding, and the silicon steel core cutting, which is the main product body. And this is one of the focus area in tier 2. We are working on it. Transformer oils also as well, which is a product commodity that we're going to utilize more and more future to be produced locally and utilize it that in case we increase the supply chain in Saudi Arabia or local producer for the power transformer itself. Medium voltage switchgear product, which is again some product increased that have a significant demand and medium voltage level around 7.5. The product, unfortunately, now we have just only 2 manufacturers in Saudi Arabia. More income very soon, I believe, in the product approved list by SEC. But this is strength for us to have a more and more manufacturer OEMs in Saudi Arabia. In the tier 2 product, we focus either relays, circuit breaker, medium voltage itself, the type of, regardless of the technology, wire, bus bars, CT and VT. More details for this commodity, especially in tier 2 and tier 3, can be shareable with us, inshallah, and access for all our partner supplier. Last product, it is insulators. It's come for overhead line application. This is a product, again, around 7 billion Saudi riyal demand. It is a polymer product now and porcelain product. SAC will going to focus on polymer for medium voltage and extra high voltage also. We have utilized some portion on it. Polymer, that's mean we need to utilize the local material supply chain in Saudi Arabia, especially produced from SABIC itself. So with this product list we have as a potential list, it's around complete, let's say the high level of product list for investment opportunity. We have more in our booth, or you can access SEC for these contact QR codes. We can provide you more information as per your request, especially in demand, supply capacity, CapEx expected value, return on investment, net present value. What is the model we are going to work on it? Is the model just only to have a partnership with a supplier? Are we going to have equity share? Are we going with supplier moving on fast with them? What is the mechanism we're going to apply it for in procurement level? Is it offtake agreement with the localization? Are going to mandate it on mandatory list we have it? All these answers, all questions can be answered from our side through BINA program. Again, thank you. And ready for Q&A session.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
أنا اسمي المهندس إيهاب أبو سليم، CEO الكفاح بريكاست. أبغى أسأل، إحنا طبعاً فخورين بشراكتنا مع سكيكو. معظم محطات يعني سبستيشن معمولة من بريكاست، والبريكاست منتج معتمد عندكم. فخورين برضو إحنا يمكن عندنا أكبر نسبة سعودة في صناعة البريكاست في المملكة. هل في ممكن يكون encouragement من سكيكو للشركات اللي بتعزز هذا المنتج، انه منتج محلي، صناعه فيها المنتج محلي ومواطنين السعوديين بنسبه عاليه فيها، هل ممكن يكون في انكرجمنت للصناعات هذه بحيث انه يزيد زملائنا من المصانع الثانيه؟ احنا الحمد لله طبقناها، ولكن انا ما بتكلم فقط عنها في الصناعات الاخرى، لانه اعتقد صناعه البريكاس ما شاء الله بتتوسع في المملكه، وهذا اعتقد حيحفز زياده الشباب السعوديين السكيلد في صناعه البريكاست.
اشكرك. طبعا الشركه السعوديه للكهرباء برنامج منها استثمرت الان في الهيومن كابيتال بروجرام اندر 2 سب بروجرام. اول شيء ساديزيشن ورك فورس للسبلاير، ثانيا الاب سكيلينج بروجرام فور ذيس سبلايرز سبيشلي فور السعودي. السينرجي بينهم مربوطين بعض. ممكن we SEC we gonna to mandate percentage of supplier in terms of leadership or engineering, or supervision, product level, production level, even that, or safety level, or up to unskilled labor. We can distribute this percentage on our procurement level, especially in RFP, for example, mandate that embed the requirements. However, once we did our analysis and benchmarking and survey, most of the manufacturers, and I'm not saying just only precast, it's different level. Most of the manufacturers said that it's very difficult for us to find, for example, factory manager, Saudi, or an engineering level that understanding the civil have experience. So, we're going to invest in the upskilling program, maybe employers, university people, students, technical vocational student also as well. It is kind of a social participation here. So we'll develop a program with our partners. The program that focus on different level, maybe in the leadership level, technical level, mechanism level, that how to lead the business itself, economic fiscal levels. With these programs can be identified in each level, will build a supplier landscape capacity for standardization for the business itself. So after that, it's easy from our side, NSCC, to mandate this percentage to the product that's selective. For example, future we can see that the precast, with the demand we have, it will have significant level of civil demand of precast, so we can mandate the percentage of Saudi on your company and other companies also as well. One last example, we have it here. Last year, we did this application. We applied that in the RMU business, in some electrical business, and ring unit business, and cable business, and transformer for the distribution. We mandate standardization, different level, and also as well, through the agreement, we ask our partner to spend some portion of training value through this agreement, 2 years or 1 year. So, based on this spending and the agreement for training at standardization level, we going to monitor and helping them to reach to upskill or level at the standardization level in their company, and also we'll agree on the training program for these Saudis. And the program we're asking for the Saudi is not focused just only for the employee for the factory, no. Again, to student, university, other or jobless people that have certificate, bachelor degree or master degree, or the technician also as well. And today we get a good response from this factory and this product. So this is our experience on it. But we found where is the gap and challenge. So we built the program, upskilling program, and that will be announced soon through SCC BINA program, inshallah. Thank you. Next. تفضل.
السلام عليكم. معك أخوك بندر البين. My question is, thanks for the presentation. It was very informative, and especially when you shared the demand, the existing demand for the Saudi electricity company. My question is about the disruptive new EV charging stations. As I know, Saudi electricity company has a plan for localizing the charging stations for the EVs. Would you enlighten us about this plan and how the private sector or the local content can contribute toward it? Thank you.
Good. And SAC now, through business development team, there is a request program to have a partnership, especially for EV charging models. This model, SAC willing to have it with the right partners who can helping them through BDM. And we can share with you also as well the contact person to have discussion on it. The second thing, this is massive, I believe, networking plan for EV charger future through working, incorporating with the Ministry of Energy and WERA itself, which is the authority that, electricity and water authority that put the plan. The spending will become high. Still, we could not have the level of the spending that's targeted by Ministry and WIRA, but I can say that it is a potentially massive, and it will be very clear during the discussion with the BDM, because they are responsible for the EV charger and helping you. So after the presentation or after the Q&A session, we can help you to reach the BDM team in SUC to help you on that. Thank you. Mike, please, here. لو سمحتوا بس المايك تعطونه. بتجي بعد إن شاء الله. Because I request that. I'm sorry. The mic with you now? طيب. We'll come back to you. No problem. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay.
No problem.
So
no problem.
Shukran. Darko Makura, CEO of Al Holy Group. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I'm a great believer of localization. And we're a 100% Saudi-owned company or group of companies. I'm pretty much the only non-Saudi in the company, but my colleague is. And what we find is that we struggle to reach out to not only Saudi electricity company, but generally national or semi-public companies. We really struggle to get through. And then when we get through and we have a meeting, we struggle to have a follow-up. So it's just a suggestion, if there could be a special channel of communication for Saudi companies to communicate with yourselves and the likes of yourselves to facilitate a faster, more progressive communication on supply chain and localization. Excellent. If that's possible. Thank you.
You'll come. First of all, I would like to say that you will come Saudi very soon with your company. Let me just elaborate more about what is SEC strategy and what change made it in SEC. SEC established a business line called technical service. This technical service will consolidate all main concerned parties that helping the supply and supply chain have a very good integration. So, the sectors under the technical service business line, we have contracting business sector and material inventory and procurement also as well. There is local content program, BINA itself, and also as well we have R&D and Center of Excellence, and also as well we have what we call EPMO. So, and all, in the end, on top of that, we establish chef engineering. And SSC you'll have before different location to get the qualification. And this is a business line. We have distribution, they have their own procedure and policy and qualification methodology, the same thing for national grid, the same thing for the generation. Now it comes under one umbrella called chief engineering. He is responsible for qualification, standardization of the product as per, and specification as per SEC requirement under one umbrella. No need now to go with different channels. So, to answer to your concern, technical service as a business line will be one channel now to make it easy to access us with the supplier especially. Number two, BINA for localization is one of the channels that's going to help you more and take the hands of investors into the process to reach level of localization in Saudi Arabia. The third channel under technical service, it is technical chief engineering. So we can provide you also as well all information, details in our booth also as well. You can encourage you to visit and you can find the contact. We can provide you all information required that support you to have easy access on us. Okay.
Hi, Adib Al-Hashim from Saudi Lime. Excuse me, I would like to have more clarity from SEC on the emission control that you are having on gas emission control, specifically on SOx, NOx, and other heavy material during oil generation. Are there any specific targets that you're aiming to reduce these emissions? And specifically, we as lime manufacturer will be happy to cooperate with your company in that regard.
Good. We're going to follow government target on that. Very, very clear. Zero emission for the carbon hydrogen. This program, I encourage you just only, this is a program related to the Ministry of Energy team. And they have dedicated team working on that. We can provide you the right contact channel of the Ministry of Energy, so you can, with your company, go and visit them and present your technology, how to help them to have a zero emission, especially for the hydrocarbon. From our side, generation power plants now, it is related to the what we call company principal buyer, and they have a mandate and target on them to reach the level of the hydrocarbon or zero emission later on. So I hope I answer you, but inshallah, and we can provide you also the contact person for the Ministry of Energy to help you more. Okay?
Hello. How long it will take to approve a supplier? Yani if we start a company, a manufacturing facility, how long it will take? And is there a way to expedite the process of approving a supplier? Because there is a delay. That's it.
Thank you. And I think your question have a pain for the long time that the supplier have to qualify, even that with CC or others. Before, sometimes of product, we can approve them in 1 year, 2 years, maybe 5 years. Depend on the testing that we have it. But no, this is not right. Through technical service, with the new business line we have it now on the ground, on a place, there is a fast track to help all manufacturer, all company, to have it that maybe within 6 months maximum. If it's a capital material, maximum 1 year based on the what we call type test through accredited lab for the product itself. If that contractor business will have 3 to 4 months. This is mandate on us now. The process now for how to accelerate and increase the supplier landscape, NSAC, it is a mandate. With this target, if we continue with the same process previously, I think we could not achieve our strategy and implement it right. So now there is a KPI on us, what we call the fast track methodology now working on it. The chief engineering with us as a technical service, helping us to expedite the technical answer and qualification. Been a program through us and supplier SRM platform we have it. Make it easy to our partner to register and have a vendor ID and complete their production pre-qualification process. Next time, I would like you to visit even that our booth, give your contact person, and we give you our contact person also as well, to helping you about what you are required and how we can expedite in helping you for the pre-qualification. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. Sarfraz Mohammed. I'm from a local business here. One of our companies involved in power electronics manufacturing. We are in fact the first one to localize power electronics in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as part of the localization initiative. We've been working a lot with Saudi Electricity Company, Saudi Aramco, and all major clients here in the region. One of the, the localization initiative is a great step because, it is helping us to do more in Kingdom. One of the challenges what we face is when we are doing the type tests, right now we end up sending to Europe or rest of the world to get these products tested. And we are closely working with GCC Lab to get these tests done here because, we make in Saudi, but then we end up sending to Europe or rest of the world to get it tested. And oftentimes it takes a lot of time for the labs to get back to us. And unfortunately, we have lost business, but we still continue to believe in the ecosystem because there is tremendous opportunity and potential. A request is, if we can enable GCC Lab to provide such services, for us, they are 2 blocks away from our factory. And that is one request. And we are also in a process of R&D in advanced silicon carbide power devices, primarily into the EV charging space and all of that. But the ecosystem, as you said, is still developing. When we work with other counterparts like Aramco, there is a dedicated account manager who would support us for localization. So if there is an opportunity, if we can have some of your team members being associated with the local manufacturing, we would be able to accelerate our localization initiatives. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. Noted your point. Due to that, I explained the technical service organization, the chief engineering, and us, and again, we repeat the same things. The fast track will be changed. We're gonna also as well to approve some local lab and some methodology to have an accreditation for some factories itself through third parties, so especially for the selected product or how based on the criticality. Please just only pass to our booth and put the information and your case, and I will let someone from the team, for being a team, have dedicated on that. The second point, being a team now with the new org structure of this strategy, will have ecosystem and partnership, especially with the supplier, and also as well what we call supplier relation management department or division under us. They will have a contact all our suppliers to make sure this will be moving smoothly, and once they have a road trip for investment to localize in Saudi Arabia through our investment, helping and accelerate the investment as much as can. Thank you. I believe this is the last question. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
My name is Khalid Khamis from Federal Power Transformers. We are a manufacturer for power transformers in GCC. I would like to ask one question. Which kind of support we can get from a Saudi electricity company in case if we decide to open or establish factory in Saudi Arabia? Thank you.
Great. To answer your question, SAC has what we call one main initiative called good localization. This good localization will provide all business potential from our side to call investment localization and enable that to be done happen in Saudi Arabia. For example, we said that we're going to have what we call offtake agreement through what we call localization purchase agreement. This is methodology for procurement established last year in SEC, and we have what we call binding agreement. Within 5 to 7 years, SEC committed to buy the quantity from the manufacturer itself. So this agreement style very simple. Said that the two first year, up to 3 first year, we allow our manufacturer who signed the agreement to supply the product from the origin brand location. But he has to give unconditional letter to transfer the technology in Saudi Arabia. So in year number 3 or 4, he has, as a manufacturer, to produce the product locally up to end of the contract. We're going to monitor and mandate together with our partner about stage by stage, starting from scratch, from the all license, how to build the factory, localization plan, the production plan, manufacturer process within 7 years to reach the local content target and localization target within 7 years. So this 7 years committed binding quantity from SEC Ghana to buy it from the partner who signed the LBA, but in condition to localize in year number 3, full produce operation based on the grid plan. This is one of the enable, and I believe that it is something we've gone extra mile. We see other companies do some methodology, but SEC going extra mile of that to increase the localization. And I believe the number we have it now on the screen, especially that achieved at 71, will give you more attractiveness from your side and from our side as SEC to move forward to reach the 75 in 2030. With the challenges, these tools will be helped more. This is just only one of the tools. There is other tools also as well we have it. We can explain to you about it, but this is because one of the focus tool for the localization itself. Okay guys, I appreciate for your time and your question. Thank you. Again, it's my pleasure to meet you today to present what we have in SEC. Thank you.
Jazakum Allah bil khair. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hisham Al-Makhdoob. I am the Executive Vice President from SAMI AEC. Today I'll be talking about the investment opportunities in defense electronics, especially with SAMI AEC. We work in a very complex and high-tech industry So you'll hear unusual things that you're not very familiar with, maybe some of you. But we're looking for very selective partners and suppliers. Before I start talking about the investment opportunities, I'd like to give just a quick background about the company and the industry we work in, as well as the investment ecosystem. Then I'll be talking about the investment opportunity, hopefully, for our partners and suppliers. In fact, we're looking for partners more than suppliers, because what we are going to do is build capabilities together for a high expansion targets. Let me just go quickly with AEC, talking about SAMI AEC. SAMI AEC is a 34 years old company, so we're not new in this industry. And we know exactly what it takes to build such capability. We have been found in 1988, and in the beginning it was more of a defense manufacturing company, and we've started growing gradually till today, where we stand with 4 business units with almost 13 lines of businesses. The growth was quite good. It was between single-digit to double-digit growth usual, till Vision 2030 started being implemented. And one of the most important steps that the vision helped us is by the acquisition from SAMI Group to AEC, Advanced Electronics Company. That's why we are called now SAMI AEC. Let me take you back again quickly about how AEC did grow. We started, as I said, from manufacturing of defense products under license. Then we went to telecom. We started the telecom sector, and we did a very good achievement in that. That was in mid-90s. Then from that, we started the energy and utilities, and during that time, we moved from manufacturing only to development, engineering and development, which was a very important step. But the natural growth was to start with the industrial, because it's less complex than the defense. Then with time, we started doing the engineering and development. We have our own products and our own services which had been developed, and we own the IPR of it in the industrial sector and in the defense sector. Then, the telecom merged with the IT, and we have what's called ICT, and which now we changed it recently to the digital business unit. With the expansion also of the security, we have now a 4th business unit called the security business unit. Those 4 business units has 13 lines of businesses that are supported, where we have products and services related to those. Key capabilities that I'd like to stress on, although we have all the capabilities that you can imagine, supporting capability from quality, supply chain, IT, all those, but the core 3 capabilities that I want to stress on them, because those are where we are looking to partner with other companies to take some for meeting our expansion targets. Mainly the engineering and development, and this is the power where you own the IPs and you can manufacture for yourself. Let me give you examples of how it's not easy to go in there. In AEC, with all its history, we are now Aerospace 9100 compliant for design. So that's not an easy thing to achieve. However, this is something where we're looking to support our partners in taking their capabilities to there. Also in the manufacturing, we have a world-class manufacturing, almost 10,000 square meters. Also in our MRO, maintenance, repair, and overall, we have almost similar size electronic repair center. And we have a footprint all over Saudi Arabia in the first and second line support and maintenance and repair. And we have also the third line is in Riyadh, in our ERC, Electronic Repair Center in Riyadh. Now, this is something that I want you to focus a little bit on. It's about the industry potential. That's a very important part you need to pay attention to. We marry two types of industries. They have different characteristics and different difficulties and different even appetite. We work in the defense industry and in the non-defense industry. Let me give you some indications about our local position. I don't mean AEC position, I mean the KSA, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. When you go to the digital competitiveness, we are very high ranked. In G20, we are the second. So there's very good appetite for investment and we're making very good steps. However, when we go to electronics manufacturing, we are way behind the world. We are only 5% from the world average. So you can imagine the gap. This gap is you can look at it from as advantage because we can still cover the need more and more. It's still green area. Of course, we are going to expand more and more and to supply Vision 2030 in the non-defense. There are things related to the defense like aerospace, and then the automotive, the maritime, and the medical devices as well. We're targeting those all together. We've been working in those for quite a long time, but some of them are very recently adopted, and we're going to invest more and more in those. When you go to the defense, you know, it's one of the main pillars of Vision 2030, and there was a huge achievement recently. So just imagine in 2018, it was 2% of the defense purchase was localized. Now we stand almost 12%. This is in Saudi Arabia. We have to go in 2030 till 50%. So that's a very, very high target. And this tells you that there's a huge potential which require real huge investment and opens very good opportunities. One more thing that I'd like you to pay attention to is the ecosystem of the investment here. If you go to the left side, if you see the left side, which is the non-defense, you'll see that there are two types of investment that are happening. First of all, the government investment, like the MISA, okay, they do have their own program which really incentivize these industries. There's also the local content. Also, there is the Ministry of Industry and Minerals. In addition to this, there are the giant companies, and I'm sure you have, from those who attended the previous 4 sessions, you know that there are giant localization programs with the mega companies, like Aramco Activa. That's one of the huge incentive programs that supports the local industry. Similarly, SABIC, Nusanid, and the other 4 that you have attended before this session. These programs find themselves to tier 1 and tier 2 and tier 3 companies. So that will support, if you are in tier 2 or tier 3, you will find something coming to you directly from those incentives. However, even through tier 1 companies like AEC, we do work with our partners and incentivize them also. Whatever incentive AEC gets, there is a part of it goes downflow to yourselves, so that we work together. Similarly, and more can be said in the defense. So in the defense also, you find GAMI, JAD, and even the support of the client themselves. The clients are more understanding there, because in defense, the price is always important, but it's not as sensitive as in the non-defense. So there are programs, and the defense customer is patient. That helps us a lot. We want now to do one thing. We want to work with you in our plan and show you our plans, and then if you are willing to go with us hands in hand, it will not be an easy step because it's a complex industry, and we can support you big time to go and take your hands till you can be part of that industry. Let me reflect this for the part of advanced electronics company. You can go with with the SAMI group itself can support you, but in a different lines of businesses. I will talk now especially about SAMI AEC, because we work we are one of the 5 divisions that SAMI are penetrating. So we do work in avionics, radar and EW, C4I. We do work in digital solutions and smart cities. The upper ones are for defense, the lower ones are for non-defense, and the list goes on. We are now planning to spend 1.25 billion riyals in achieving the target, because we want to go from today where we stand almost 2.5 billion to 7 billions and more in 2030. Of course, this could happen organically inside AEC, the investment, even also inorganically. If we find a company that is capable to get into this complex business, we will be more than glad to work with you and till you are qualified to achieve or to implement the required products and solutions. These are just some list of the capabilities that are now targeted by this 1.25 billion. We want to build more and more capabilities in them so that we can achieve the targeted numbers. Let's go quickly. We need a company the company doesn't have to have all those 8, but 1 or 2 of those. Product design and engineering, hardware development, embedded and software development, mechanical and aerodynamics, technical field services as well. This is for MRO, PCB manufacturing, printed boards manufacturing, cyber security services, and IT special, not a general IT, the very special niche domains such as AI and ML. Not only, these are the horizontals that I talked about. There are some vertical things that we also need you to work with us. Radar and electronic warfare, command and control, guidance and control as well, and the medical solutions or even medical products, smart cities, these, and cybersecurity. Those are very verticals that we need support, or we need the partners to work with us in those. Now, this is something that I wanted to put it here. It's not something that I want to stress on. We do have now demand through our supply chain of some of those components and services, some products and services. Goes from electronic components to plastic molds and even in services. We do need non-electronic things like to complement our work, like service treatment and sheet metal manufacturing. The volume of those are not big, but what I focus is more on the previous slide, which is building capability and working together in delivering the products and services. However, to give you an indication that this is not an easy job, and you need the investor should be patient, because in those high tech and complex solutions, you have to prove your ability first before you get any business. I'll give you just an example here. This example goes from the defense, some examples from the defense. You have to have very good accreditations and certifications from a lot of independent accreditation organizations such as aerospace, For AEC, we have all this list and we can support you. Airspace 9,100, airspace 9,110. If you're going to go to development, then you need at least CMI level 3. AEC is in CMI level 5. We are rated at 5, the highest rate. And we accept even rate 3 to start working when, if you're rated at 2, we can work with you to take you to be rated at CMI level 3. Also, we work for huge OEMs, such as Boeing, Raytheon, and Thales, and so they have their own procedure and policies that they always make sure and audit us that we implement them. If we are subcontract any part of that to second tier or third tier companies, then we have to transfer this capability to you and make sure that you can meet these requirements. Not only that, we do work, some of our projects are very confidential, so also you have to meet some of confidentiality requirements, like from Ministry of Defense. We deal with top secret projects, and this cascades, by the way, to NATO and US and UK, same, okay? Also ITAR, if those of you who don't know ITAR is US government regulation that makes sure that you follow the right confidentiality when you're doing some US components that classified as ITAR. Now, those are some specific investment opportunities. Those are just examples. And why I'm saying examples, because the market is dynamic. I know what lines of business is working in, but as project comes in, those varies a little bit. Some of them, those are those which is 100% we're sure they're there. Some of them are, I mean, the high certainty we have them, but we can share with you after we sit together and see how serious you are in penetrating this complex environment and complex industry. Here I'll give you just examples from the defense and from the non-defense. So you see here the sensors like radars. We're planning to make our own radars, either in manufacturing or even development. These are, again, very complex things that we want some part of them to be cascaded to tier 2 and tier 3 companies. C4I, SR surveillance and reconnaissance, command and control, and surveillance and reconnaissance. Those we need to work a lot with some tier 2 and tier 3 companies. Also in the cyber security, as you know, and in the digital defense. We also want to work in communications, communication services and products as well. In communications, I think the situation is good in Saudi Arabia, so that's one potential which we can start immediately. If you go to the non-defense, we also need wearable devices and with sensors for body sensors and human sensors, okay? We also want to work in artificial intelligence, especially in smart city. So any company who find its own capability or interest in this, we're willing to go and work together and help you investing and kind of plan for the business, the shared business that we can do together. And then the unified intruder detection. This is more of vision systems and video analytics systems that if you have those capabilities, we're more welcome to work together. I just picked 2 examples. Those are the examples that I can share now, but we can share the rest if we show, serious interest from some companies. I took here the radar and EW. If you see the upper left chart, it shows you the KSA demand from 2022 till 2031. You see that it goes gradually until it reach more than 7 billion. The localizable market, from our understanding now, our analysis is the one to the right, and we stand at 11% only now, and we're interested to go by 2031 to 28%. That's our targets. Now we are 11% of the market in radar and DW, and we want to reach till 28%. If you partner with us, you will be part of this 28% as partner, okay? Similarly can be said for C4I. In C4I, the numbers are a bit lower. We're now 8% of the local demand. The rest is going outside all of it. And we are interested to go by 2031 to 20%. It's not only the growth of our percentage, also the market grows. So if you are interested in all those areas that I mentioned previously, these are just examples of how those areas, the volume of those areas, which is quite significant. So if we work together, we can even go beyond AEC targets with the support of other companies and their appetite for investment, or within the same, I would say, targeted share of AEC, we can subcontract those to you. Now I'd like to play just 2 videos, because what I just said now is something that it will be easily forgotten unless you link to where AEC works. AEC works I'll give you just 2 examples. I didn't give you from the defense because that's a bit, sometimes it's confidential. So I gave you one example from security. It's a product, and another one which is more of a solution, so that you get a picture of what we're talking about when it goes into details. This is AEC data diode, which we have developed in collaboration with Aramco. You can see this video. The data diode is a device that has a huge market in Saudi Arabia, and what it does, it isolates 2 different networks from each other, so that it protects the most secure network from the less secure network. We've done this. We started selling it for Aramco, and we did sell a very good quantity. And now AEC, we signed with AEC, and with SEC, so the electricity company, and we're going to hopefully we're going to deliver within a few months. Second batch, and the Aramco is planning to change all its existing data diode with a local data diode developed by AEC in partnership with Aramco. So the electricity company is also doing the same, and we have 5 years planned to replace to make sure all their substations and plants have the data diode to ensure the security of their networks. I'll go to another example. This is a very good success story also with Saudi Aramco. I'm giving success story with Saudi Aramco because those with the defense companies and defense clients cannot be shared now for confidentiality. So I'm just taking those which are with the industrial and where we have already Aramco agreed for us to share them in the public events. This is what is called smart worker safety system, and all the workers in the field wear few wearables, and then they apply all safety measures, make sure that all safety measures are applied so that they increase the safety of the workers. We have deployed this, I'm not sure, I think we've applied it in 11 sites, so from 8 to 11 sites, and the plan is to go and apply it on all Aramco field work with all contractors. And we started receiving a lot from other non-Aramco clients, and we have signed with a lot of them, but again, I have to take their permission before I announce those. You can see this is something that helps higher work productivity also. It went beyond safety to making sure the behavior of the people is is governed and it applies the right rules so for a better productivity. They have the wearables, they have the vest, which they put in, and it measures all the, it measures the blood pressure, the breathing, the heart rate, and all the height, the elevation, if they did buckle the safety rope, and all of those. And this is now, we are offering it as a cloud solution. Whoever wants it. In Aramco, it's hosted in Aramco Cloud itself. And now we are offering it to to the public, wherever company can benefit out of this. Those are two examples of where we are. The first one is very complex. The second one has its own complexity because we also manufacture the wearables and all those. What we are planning to do to go more, if you are interested in any of those, to go with you and dig deeper where you are interested and expose the right amount of information that you need for those. Now just let me summarize before I take the questions. Let me summarize what we have been talking about. So in a nutshell, SAMI AEC is now ready to unlock the growth potential supported by Vision 2030 programs. So we're expecting double-digit growth. So we're targeting in 2030 to reach to 7 billion from 2.5 where we stand now. And this will be cascaded as a business to tier 2 and tier 3 companies. Also, we can collaborate in 2 areas. Local investors, if you want to invest and work with us, where we qualify you and make sure that you can do these types of complex works. Or if you want to just be a supplier, then we're more than glad to do that, but that would be much less business volume. Also, we can support you to reach to that level of capability. We can support you in understanding the business we're targeting, sharing with you the information, the forecasts, and then we can also help you in uplifting the capability so that you are able to work with us in those things. Those are 2 links for the investors and suppliers. So if you want to know more about the investment and start contacting us for those, you can use the email investment@aec.com, or if you are a supplier, you can just go to our website and just there's a fairly clear button up right where just you start registering yourself as supplier. Thank you very much, and I'm glad to receive your questions. I'm not sure if you even can have straight questions because this is a complex environment. So if you anybody has a question?
Is it working?
Yeah,
it's working.
Go ahead.
Hello, first of all, thank you very much. Right here, ahead of you. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I'm not spotting you. Can you raise your hand?
Yeah, here I am.
The light. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Great presentation. I can tell that many companies spend a lot of money to receive this kind of information, so it's a great presentation. I saw in one of the slides that you support local SMEs and you would like to work with them and become part of this mission. My question is regarding foreign companies from the United States or different other parts of the world, especially that in the military space you need to be classified, you need to get into sensitive information. So how open are you to collaborate with foreign companies that fall within the portfolio of requirements that you presented earlier? Thank you.
Yeah, this has been happening for a while, and we've very open. There's only, I'll be very open, there's only one, I would say, constraint, which is usually comes from the countries of the companies themselves, especially in the US. So we're willing to work with international companies, especially, we've been working with Tier 1 for a long time, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, but we're also willing to work with Tier 2 and Tier 3, and we started even working. We started in Eastern Europe, in Asia, especially the non-defense, and of course in the US, we've been there for a long time, working with them for a long time. But as long as, because we are very interested and very keen in having this sovereign capability, so if the country itself puts some constraints on that, we become skeptical and hesitant to do that, except for those Tier 1 companies, because they have the knowledge, and we are interested to get more of that knowledge. Plus, there's a program now in GAMI and where they have the economic offset money that can support that.
Thank you.
But Tier 2 and Tier 3, we're very open, and you can contact us. But again, we prefer, that's the government objective, we prefer the local over the international. تفضل.
When you start the presentation, the first sentence you said, we are very selective to choose our partner. What is the criteria? Yani?
Yes, that's true, and I will repeat that. We work, again, I repeat that, in a complex industry. What we do first, let me take you through something that we're doing. And without mentioning the company, I'll just give the example without even mentioning the industry. There's a company that works with us now in producing some of our products. It's a mass scale product. And when we were developing that product, and then when we're developing, we went to them and said, okay, listen, let's go and see what capability you have now. And then we assessed their capabilities, and then we saw from the management a real eagerness to take their capability up, and they did show their interest to do that with us. And they opened all their doors to us to go and support them. If this exists in your company, you're most welcome. Or if you are already capable, that's more welcome. Otherwise, you will not be able to meet the requirement. It's not an easy industry. You've seen, I'm not sure if because most of what you've seen here today is more of construction and maybe mining and those. I'm not saying those are not complex, but not to the extent when you work in defense or medical. Those are different type of industries. So we have to show commitment from the management. We have to see commitment from the management, and we have to see the existing capability, and we will show them the plan how to be capable to work with us. If there's a buy-in, you're most welcome. Yeah, if there are no more questions, I think you're most welcome to contact us directly through the email or through the website. And we have our booth here, although I'm not sure if we have time. I don't know what time the forum closes, but you can go quickly. Otherwise, you know our location. You can go to our website, AAC location, and you have all the required information to be able to reach us. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.